we're back. Woo!
Penguin.
Pengu,
Woo.
Pengu. Or as I called him earlier by accident, Pengo, which I don't know who that is, but he's might be a character now, so we'll see how that works out.
I thought
Uh,
the show was called Revenge of Sophia Gigante.
that's all. Yeah, that's definitely one of the aspects of the show.
It is definitely where we ended last time.
Yes, absolutely. Uh, uh, Two disclaimers, I guess. One, we lost the wolf because he unfortunately had more work than he thought he has, so he had to run away for this one. But he really likes the show still, so it's gonna be fine, I think. So there we go. And apparently we didn't uh, not talk, pray to the machine gods enough. So there might be some weird noises coming from Marc. Maybe I think we made it work out fine, but if there's like some weird noises, it might be some weird technical stuff. We had no idea how to fix them, pretty much. We tried
Yeah,
for like half an hour.
if there's a high pitched whine happening anytime I speak, that is the mystery problem that we couldn't seem to solve no matter what we did.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be too bad. I think we made it as low as possible. We don't know how, but one of the things worked ish, and
We have appeased it,
we have a so we need some people to pray to the machine gods, the machine god inside of the mixer or computer or whatever the problem is, and yeah, we're just gonna roll with that for now. But that's basically it. Honestly, I don't really have any preamble because we have 4 more episodes to go through, and yeah, I guess the last time, the last episode was where Sophia Gigante or Gigante, I guess she's not called that yet, but
Yeah, I mean,
she murderized all of her family except the daughter of the one friend in quotes, and now catching up. We're catching up with Penguin and Vic because they weren't even in the last episode. Isn't that insane?
yeah.
And that was
The
totally.
title was a lie.
And yeah, but that's was a sensible thing to do. We needed some background on her, what happened exactly, and it was very good. Uh, what was the one show that barely had like some episodes in there that had nothing to? Wasn't Mandalorian where he doesn't show up in like 3 episodes or something?
It was the
What was that?
Mandalorian showing up in Book of Boba Fett.
Oh, right, right. It's like,
But
here's
yeah,
this
this
Mandalorian episode. It's like, what?
the Sophia episode of Penguin was far better. Like not even comparably better. Like exponential.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Helps that she's like, an important character in this story.
yeah. She's like one of the movies that are going through the show. And so I was talking to Mahler about the show a bit, and it was like, man, those last 4 episodes, they do like four, I don't know, like 4 movies at the same time, pretty much, which is like kind of fun to think about because lots of strings that come together and end in certain ways, which we will all get to today. I actually don't know if this is going to take the same time or longer, maybe a bit shorter because we're only 3 weeks. I don't know. You know what? I have no idea where this leads us in this crazy world of the Forge. And now, if I can get to the point where my notes start for episode 5, then we can go. And also, I can show the people at home visuals if I can click the buttons properly, which apparently today we're not very good at clicking buttons and appeasing the machines, but there we go. But here we go. Yes, we catch up with Vic and Pengo. I said Pengo again. What's wrong with me? Pengu.
I think people get it.
Sorry, it's my vacation started out that I already started drinking. Just just a warm up for when I'm over at Mahler's. But there we go. So yeah, we catching up with them, and yeah, they made it out, and they just stand in front of their wrecked car. And Penguin is talking about Rex Calabrese again. Tells him that his car was like a chariot, and even made small kids like him feel like a king when riding in it. And yeah, says that that's like the end of an era, and just leaving the burning car behind, which I guess is just to get rid of a trail of them, I guess, because he was very obviously to be found, very easily found with this plum car. It's very very noticeable.
He does clarify that it is plum, not
Yes.
purple.
I almost said purple, but I was afraid he would show up at my door and hurt me or something. And yeah, just the end of an era is kind of interesting, I guess, because there's like two ways in respect for when he was talking about Rex, but also like his current era, because he's not like with any family right now. He's not really, he's not really pulling any strings against any family each other. Like the ones that are left over right now that are his biggest problem, they're basically now against him. So he has to build something by himself. He's at zero, so he's in a way like starting over, you could say.
And Rex, for what little we see of him, he seems like a fairly classic old school mafioso made man kind of deal, right? In all of the ways that the Penguin himself is not.
Yes.
So
yeah.
there's something to be said for the end of an era in that regard, because even the Penguin's, even Oz's, like, I guess, interpretation of the man through his own childlike eyes from what he saw of him doesn't exactly line up with what the man actually was.
Yeah.
And neither does the sort of world he's trying to build and the way he's trying to build it line up necessarily with what Rex may have wanted.
Yeah, this becomes clear in episode... Wait, is it the last or the second to last where we get the flashback with Rex? I guess we have both.
Second to last.
Second to last, yeah.
Okay, because then we get to see how he actually is, and he's not as nice as as you think he was. It's like a very lopsided view from his, as you said, from his childish views almost.
Well, I mean, he does. I guess we'll get to it when we get to it. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, he does at least make the case for why Oz might be valuable before he offers to do the other thing.
And yeah, Vic also apologizes, but Oz thinks it only matters that he came back, which is funny to think about because Oz is a good fucking character, and on one hand he was clearly upset and sad by him leaving, but I assume he would have moved on rather quickly considering what his character is. Because right now this benefits him that he's back. He's like, oh yeah, shit, I need you here, you saved me, and also need every man I can. So yeah, you know what, it's fine that you're back. I don't actually care that you quote-unquote betrayed me in his respect.
Correct.
Yes. And yeah, the guys that come pick him up, which are like, I guess there's some people he's friendly with. The one guy was like, oh shit, you're right. And I was like, what can you do? Only the good die young. And that line hits a bit different on a second watch through. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but...
Jesus Christ, yeah, you're right.
I don't know if it was intentional or not, but him saying only the good die young is like, fuck me.
Feels like maybe some of his psychology is like seeping in, you know?
Yeah.
He doesn't even necessarily realize.
Yeah, this is a really fun second watch. I really enjoyed it. There were so many things where it's like, oh, you motherfucker. It's just, you're such a horrible being.
The word "you're a good guy" is said in a later episode.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, good point. But yeah, of course, Oz at this moment already has a plan because he's a fucking smart man, and then tells the guys, you know what? He had something. He wanted to cut them in, but the Maronis have their son as a blind spot, so they go grab him to take him hostage. He's on TikTok and does TikToks and says the Maronis are poggy. Which,
wow, cringe TikTok.
Yeah, I hope he
exists.
I hope he dies a horrible death. Oh wait, he does.
No. That's what you get for being an influencer.
Yeah.
I think all of us count as influencers, maybe.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I'm on my way
out. But yeah, they basically just go to the tattoo shop he seemingly frequents, and they just grab him and take him hostage. That's like a neat little thing where he kind of listens to music and he can't hear the ruckus at first, but when he realizes it's already too late. Yeah, he's like talking big game as well. It's like, my mother and father won't stand for this, and just kicks him in the face and just says, yeah, that's what I'm counting on.
I mean, yeah. He specifically wants to piss them off.
Yes. And Penguin has some big cojones. He goes straight to the prison to Sal. It's like, yo, by the way, I got your son. Here's a picture. It's like, holy shit. And yeah, I really like this because he's very much in control of the conversation. Like Sal is like trying to be like uppity, and it's like, oh, what the fuck are you doing? And he just tells him to put his dick away at some point, because like, hey, you know who I have at home, so if you talk shit, he might not come back from that home.
Well, and also, I mean, Sal's not at all in a position to either kill Oz or like really do anything about it, because even if he like says to the guard, hey, like this guy's got my son hostage and is trying to blackmail me, look at his phone. He doesn't know that there isn't an order to be like, yeah, if I'm not home 3 hours from now, kill him.
Yeah.
You can tell that he really likes needling people above him in like the hierarchy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He loves it.
I really like that the two like speak Italian to each other, and he goes like, hey, like he's like annoyed he's not in a conversation obviously, and he's like, he's the one with the power right now. It's funny because they both say, it's like, oh, he's gonna betray us, obviously. It's like, yeah, we'll be ready. And he's like, hey, I'm right here. So you're gonna fucking do something or what? And basically just says the terms like, hey, if you honor your end, I'll get you trash back home. Trash.
Taj.
Yeah. I don't know where the R came from.
I very much enjoy how quick this is off the heels of everything that just happened.
Oh yeah, it's like, crazy.
Just immediately he's right into another plan, because this moment, I guess, that he has here could the longer things go, things could easily go very wrong for him, depending on how things with Sophia and the Maronis went, you know? So he's got to move fast, and he does, which is nice to see.
Yeah, urgency is something we complain about in other shows a lot, because like, oh my god, we need to save Child Man 3, and they're like, anyway, should we go over here and do something else, or just walk really slowly? It's like, no, you need to hurry up.
My sister threatened to kill herself, but let's have sex real quick.
Woohoo! Just real quick, right here.
Stop reminding me, please.
No more. Sorry.
I did my time.
I did my time twice. I'm done. And yeah, that's like a thing. It's like, hey, if you just do what I say, because I'm a gentleman, nothing's gonna happen to your family. It's nothing personal. And I mention that because that comes up later when Sal gets his revenge, if you will. But yeah, we're doing a good old exchange, and he even allows Nadia to have a guard because he's a gentleman. You know, it's nothing personal, guys. You know, it's just business. You know, he has nothing else in mind. I don't know what you're even talking about. Anyway, he bribes a guard to shank Sal later. So there you go. Well, tries to, I guess. And then he's about to leave. He's like, hey, I want to get out of here. And then he hears on the television that the whole Falcone family is dead except Sophia. It's like, oh, okay.
Conspicuous, except Sophia.
The crazy lady they call the hangman? And you would be like, oh, that's probably the thing they should mention. Don't worry, the police chief, he actually does, because he's here at the house. And Sophia sees the girl being, Gia is her name, being transported into Brookside Children's Home, which Sophia seems to be bothered by, because she's getting put into a sort of institution like she was. And yeah, maybe not as horrific, but, you know, she's probably not worried, but annoyed by this. But also maybe hopeful that she gets to be somewhere that's not with this family.
I mean, like, also, to be fair, like, what did Sophia think was going to happen if she killed every single person that this girl is related to?
Yeah. But don't worry, we get another scene with her as well. She's not completely forgotten. So we shall visit her again in the future. Ooh. And yeah, the police chief is here. The guy with his raunchy voice, I guess, could you call it? It's like, the police
He kind
chief.
of talks like this, yeah.
Kind of talks like...
So, like, Hey, Sophia Falcone, we got our eyes on you, okay?
I like how that came through completely without any problems.
Yeah. It's gonna talk like this for the whole rest of the... I can't even keep it up.
And yeah, the chief asked some, very normal questions like, hey, why were you in the greenhouse with Gia? And why is Johnny Viti not here anymore? But then she just spins some yarn with speckles of truth in there, because these are all pretty smart characters. Which I keep reiterating because I just really like having smart characters in my shows that are not stupid. And yeah, she tells him it's like, oh, there was an argument between Tina and Luca, and there were rumors of an affair, which we all know are true. And but yeah, the chief is not really buying it, and even says like, it's kind of suspicious that the biggest crime family is suddenly wiped out by a gas leak. And it's like,
gas leaks do be like that, though.
Yeah, it's like, sorry. And yeah, again, he wonders where Johnny Viti is, and she tells him that, oh, he must have left earlier that night, I guess. And she's also like, huh, what do you want here? Like, is this normal that the police chief goes to house calls? And I was like, oh, we're just doing our due diligence. And yeah, she wonders if, oh, you have some beers later, celebrating that they're all dead. Maybe swap some pictures around. And he just says with a grin on his face, just doing our due diligence. And sorry for your loss. And just leaves. His face tells the whole story. He's like, he's fucking elated that these fuckers are all dead. They made him so many problems, I assume.
Oh, yeah.
So
how many of his colleagues or co-workers may have been in league with them or paid off by them? Like, who knows?
I mean, we know from the Batman that a large amount of people in the force are under the wing of any of the crime families, really. So, yeah. Pretty good stuff. And then it's like, oh yeah, what did she do with Johnny Viti? Did she hide him somewhere or something? Well, yeah, she just put him in the morgue only with his, like with a shirt on and his boxers tied up to a thing. It's like moist and cold down here. And yeah, she basically needs untraceable cash. And she's like, hey, I know my dad had some lying around, so how about you show me where this is? And he's like, oh, you're sick. Why would you kill your own family? Which, is funny coming from him, obviously, because he threatened her to kill her earlier in the show. And I assume they didn't expect her to get out of Arkham alive either. It's just yeah, like everybody's just trying to spin their own yarn to get out of situations somehow.
Kind of an interesting, I guess, like, in a way, examination of the whole mafioso thing, right? Like, they have their own code. They're sort of above regular street thugs in some way. But it's all a particular kind of narrative spun in such a way that makes things sound better. Because, of course, like, yeah, how could you do that to your own family? This exact same family is the one that put her through Arkham, which is much more cruel of a fate, shall we say? I think maybe not more brutal, but definitely more cruel.
Yeah, absolutely. From what we've seen, Arkham, especially in the part of Arkham she was in, it's not very nice, and yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
Like, the toss-up between a decade of what is effectively torture and a very quiet, painless death. It's like, well, I mean, I think a lot of people would take the death, even though ultimately the torture does result in you being alive at the end of it. So.
Yeah. And he points out, oh, you're probably just gonna kill me when I tell her. So you know what? How about you just fucking do it? But she's like, oh, you're not that brave. And points out that your body won't hold up long enough considering how cold it gets down here. And then dumps some extra icy water on him. So, yeah, we'll be back here later. So he's not going to have a good time the next couple of hours he's here.
I enjoy that acknowledgement that the human spirit is not, in fact, indomitable.
Yes. I mean, what was it? It's funny. Do you guys remember, like, the channel Lad Bible, which was, like, more like of a meme channel back in the day?
Yeah.
Rings a bell, yeah.
They actually have, like, really cool interviews these days about, like, people who were, like, in special forces or went for, like, crazy shit where they, like they have like interviews with people where they, I think there was someone that fled out of South Korea, was caught, brought back,
North
and
Korea, I'm assuming.
yeah, one of those, the bad one or whatever. I don't know.
North bad, South good.
And yeah, I mean, they just got sent back all the time, and it's like there's some really interesting thing there, and there's like also people that do like these interrogations with like crazy stuff, and they had to be they were put through that in their own force, so they know what they're up with, and they all like, it's like, yeah, basically like 99% of people, they break at some point, like it just happens, like you can't do it like it's in the movies. It's
I mean, yeah, there are courses in our military that deal with you doing things like withstanding what would probably be the best way to put this, interrogation under extreme conditions.
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of people end up just being like, yeah, no, I'm out.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the if you if you're like in the military or something, and you're like in the field and you get caught and then put in these interrogations and torture, it's basically just try to survive as long as possible and hope you get saved, basically. And it was like super interesting. Like I randomly found that channel again. It's like, holy shit, there's like some really good shit here. What happened? I remember all these memes I saw back in the day. Like they have information that they in their brain they flagged as like green, yellow, and red. So it's like, just give them a little bit of information so they keep you alive longer, and then just only continuously give them more and worse information, or worse information for the military you come from, right? So it was super interesting. It really was.
I mean, at least like we are given orders to at least attempt escape if we ever see a window. And I gotta say, when I did my first conduct after capture course, I was pretty happy about that. It's like, oh, okay, well, at least they're not like, no, just cooperate.
Yeah. But yeah, we're setting a couple of things in motion here, which is pretty good, because they're now chilling in Eve's house, and I don't know, there's something funny about this image. Hang on, I'll give it to you, because they're just in her house, and it's like all these thugs just hanging out in front of the telly, just fucking Tash in the middle, just with his headphones on.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I mean that's kind of how they found him too. Like he was getting a tattoo and he had the headphones on. They're just like, well, whatever. He likes listening to this music super loud, so let him keep doing that. That's the bone we're throwing him.
Yeah, it's funny, but also kind of grounded, because in like, I know, like big spectacle shows, they would be in like their crazy hideout or something, but no, they're like currently on the run, and they have like Eve's flat where they can hang out.
They're in a normal ass apartment.
Yeah.
Like,
the show is like a lot of small touches that I like this, where it feels like super grounded and makes you understand the stakes, which as we come to learn is a problem with a lot of other shows, understanding the stakes. But there's lots of stake here, and I understand it all.
It's what this sort of business would like take place. I remember there's the joke in Breaking Bad where Walter, sets the meeting in a junkyard.
Right.
Gives him shit for it, because why would criminals ever be meeting here? Like, no, you want to be doing this in a public place.
Oh yeah, because you'd probably not get shot in a public place.
It sort of enforces a level of trust.
Yeah.
And also, it's easier access, frankly.
I think for this living room set and the amount of people who are here, it also kind of gives you a scope of what the I guess hero faction is probably not the word to use, but the protagonist faction, like our perspective character faction, is at this point, and the fact that they're effectively waging war on, at least as far as they know, two major mafia families right now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, well, and we're just like a few guys in this room, but what we have here is such a valuable bargaining chip that we actually can disrupt this entire system with it if we use it properly. And I think that's kind of neat.
I think it was mentioned last time, but I think it's worth belaboring how interesting of a choice it is to have both of the crime families united in hatred of Oz
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
quickly, instead of, because we could have gone the whole season with him ping-ponging between them, like playing them off
Yeah.
each other, this, that, and the other. That's what you maybe would have been like, maybe would have been reasonable to expect. Instead, we made the choice to torpedo that very quickly to accelerate the drama.
Yeah, they do a lot of really cool
Yeah.
shit like this, because we we got the big conversation between Sophia and Oz, and it's like, oh, they're gonna like team up for like an episode or two, and then something goes bad. It's like, no, right after the conversation, Nadia comes around, it's like, you fucking played us all, fuck you, and then he has to ditch all of them immediately. It's like, oh shit. They go with a lot of tropes you would expect to happen, which are fine, you can use those, but then they do something completely different, and I think makes it super interesting. Keep you on your
little bit
toes.
Subversive.
Yeah, oh, the bad word.
Ooh.
No.
The bad word. God, that word has been ruined so hard. It's like you say, it was a subversion. It's like, oh, it's bad. Then it's like, no, if you do it right, it's really good. Like, it's really cool.
Really need to see when it's done correctly, because it makes things more interesting, because the pieces resolve in a way that you weren't expecting.
Yeah, and it's like
Hey,
you might come to the
ultimately, all you-
conclusion at the end of 4. It's like, oh, how does he do this without like the Maronis figuring that out? And then she comes barreling around the corner with a car. It's like, oh, they did figure it out. Holy shit. So go ahead, Mark. You were saying something.
I kind of forgot what my point was.
Oh, sorry.
No.
But yeah, good stuff. Yeah, we're in Eve's house, and Eve is not happy, obviously. She points out that she and the girls are now exposed to the hangman, and, it's basically just a matter of time before she comes to them to ask them questions and nose around. But Oz tries to do his usual, calming her down, but she's not really buying any of it. And it's like, oh, because he continues, even like, oh, this was like planned, and Sophia took the bait. And Eve just says she wonders if he ever even realized if he's talking out of his ass or not, or if he's actually buying that he facilitated everything like this. He's doing the, oh shit, I had a meme in my face, in my head, but it's gone.
It's a very, very interesting question that cuts to the core of the Penguin's character, I think, is, does he actually realize when he's talking out of his ass or when he's talking the truth?
Yeah.
Like, either.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
always...
he kind of.
Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, that's a good question, because I think it's just he knows that in order to deliver any of his bullshit and have people believe it, he's got to kind of really believe it himself while he's saying it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you
You
can...
know, I guess, like, sorry, go on.
Oh, it's just if you spin it in a certain way, you can come to the conclusion like, yeah, because I started this all happened because of me. But he didn't. It's not like the actual thing that just happened was because he meant that to happen. It's like, oh, that happened because I did all this shit, right?
Yeah, no, he's just opportunizing again. He
Mhm.
was in the shit. This is not happening because he wanted it to, necessarily.
No. No,
I'm
it was...
sure he would much prefer to be just still in business with Sophia while the Maronis were not trying to kill him, rather than having both aligned against him.
Yeah, this is probably like one of the worst things that could have happened to him. It's like, oh, they're both against me now, so oops. That's not gonna be a good time.
Just in terms of like resources and stuff, that leaves him in a really, really shit position. He's got very, like, it's like Mark was saying, with the people in this room, this is what we're working with against
Yeah.
the two biggest crime families in the city.
Yeah.
Granted, one of them's had a bit of a loss of personnel, shall we say, but they still presumably have similar resources.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't think Oz knows about the Falcones yet. Or like, I mean,
I
do you
guess
think it would
not,
be
yeah.
on? Maybe I guess might be on the news actually.
Oh, they just...
I think that's what.
That's what they're watching on the television here. And he kind of got the first glimpse of it when he was leaving the prison, because it was on the television there as well. But they're watching it on the news right now. So he does now know what's going on with the Falcones. And yeah, I think is it in this or the next episode where we get the official team up between... Oh, it's after no, it's in this one, because he's doing the thing with the shank. Yeah, okay, no. See, I figured it out in my brain, and it all makes sense now. Let me see. Oh yeah, Eve tells him, like, I need you to fix this, and he just says, I will fix it, because that's all I ever do, fix things. It's like, yeah, I guess.
Sure, man.
It's one way to say it, fix things by breaking everything along the way to fix your life to be better.
He's doing that to fix the great injustice that is, the lot in life he was given.
Yeah.
And he's doing this for all of the downtrodden and so on and so forth. I don't doubt that he believes that that's what that all he ever does is fix things. It's similar to the thing he mentioned with his time with Carmine. He said he delivered every single time. It's like, I'm sure he thinks he did.
Yeah. Right. He tells him to turn the television off, and he tells all the peeps, like, you know what, Sophia, she did us all a favor, and like none of these guys even knew your names. They suck. They didn't even know it, but I do know these names. And one family down, one to go. And then he does like a little rah-rah speech, like, oh, we're so cool. I know you. You're my homies. I definitely know your guys' name. Which, to be fair, he does. He does know the names, I assume. So, it's good. Yeah, he just
Seems that way.
Goes and sends it away, but he tells Vic, hey, you need to go check on my ma. Because I'm the only one I can trust right now, and I need you to bring her to safety. Somewhere. I don't know where, but you'll figure it out. So yeah, man, I can't wait for Vic and Pengu adventures. 100 years. It's gonna be so good.
Yeah.
VicandPengu.com. 100 episodes. God, I hate the guy so much. Penguin.
Considering Vic was like about to leave, it's pretty interesting to even that degree of trust. Like, yeah, you need to go and look after my mum.
Yeah.
The thing he cares the most about, like worldly speaking, other than himself, of course.
Well, I guess it's probably more something like he's the only one who knows where she is, so
yeah,
I guess he can't really send anyone else. But he's obviously like doing his thing as like, oh, I can only trust you. You're like the best guy. It makes you wonder. Like even on the rewatch, I was struggling to figure out like at what point did you actually like him properly and when did you not? It's like, especially towards the end. I think at the end he is like he does like him, but he does the thing. We'll get there. It's an interesting dynamic those two have.
The way I think I mentioned this last time again, but the way it plays out in my head is that how do I put this? Like, he does genuinely care about a lot of the things that he says, but only insofar as they are ultimately serving him in a way.
Yeah.
Like, being good to Vic serves him insofar as it makes him closer to this image of Rex, and makes him feel magnanimous and, champion of the downtrodden and all of that sort of stuff. But when push comes to shove, we've seen exactly what that means for him. He's going to sell out anyone and everyone if he has to in order to survive, because surviving and him remaining like at large is the most important thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, well, and I think the big thing with at least one of those people is like, was that even necessary? Like, or was it just like, well, you might be a problem at some point, and therefore we'll talk about it at the end of the episode.
Yeah. So yeah, Vic is off, and we go back to the morgue where I don't know, Sophia is like in her punished phase right now. She's like lying on one of the graves, I think, or an altar or something, and it's just asking him like, "Hey, you want to go back inside? Have you enough? Well, it's nice and cozy. There's like cigars and stuff. It's awesome." And Johnny is starting to talk about her mother. He tells her that her mom meant to leave that night she died, and tells her that he had a car waiting for her because she was she was his cousin. Obviously, Sophia is not buying it first because you just want to save yourself. But he's like, you know what, I don't really have a reason to lie anymore, and goes on to say that he was the one who introduced her and Carmine, and seems to feel responsible for her death in a way. And we also learned that she tried to leave before this point, but came back because of Alberto and her. It was like, oh, that's interesting that she tried that before. And begs her to let her help because he couldn't help her mother. And makes a pretty good case right after that if she wants to make it out there, she needs respect, soldiers, and resources, and he can give that to her because he's known by all the people, because he's like one of the second in command in the Carmine house or the Falcone house for a long time. So he's gonna have a good word for her and can get them all together.
And we know and have seen that the business is a little bit, maybe more than a little bit, sexist. So,
yes.
It's a very real question as to whether or not Sophia could accomplish anything on her own without at least someone vouching for her.
Yeah. Again, a smart character, because he begs her to let her help. But it's also for his own survival. It's like it's a combination of telling the truth out of desperation combined with a pretty solid case as to why he shouldn't be killed down here right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like, oh, awesome. This makes a lot of sense. I like you even more, show. Give me more of this show. Give me my 4K Blu-ray of the show right now. I need it. Let me give you money.
You almost want to nitpick him and say, like, you do have a reason to lie. You would like to live.
Yeah. you do like being alive, don't you?
That's still a reason to lie. Actually, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Then we go to Frances. I don't think I named her by name yet. Oz's mom. She's called Frances. I guess I'll mention this because he's checking on there, and she's not great, you could say, because he gets
she's in a rough spot.
Like the television is running. There's like random lights in the house. He sees that the pot is on the stove and stuff is burning. There's also like a lot of rubble on the stove that could catch fire. So, dare I say, it's a very real presentation of the like Alzheimer's or dementia stuff, Lewy body, whatever it is that she has. I've been thoroughly impressed the whole show of the portrayal of that disease. It's quite real, I think, from my own experience. Because she's just in the bed looking at like I guess memorabilia, you could say. There's like a a football glove in there, a baseball glove. Sorry. It's like, oh, this was like Jack's or Benny's, one of the two. Yeah. So she even mistakes him for one of the boys, and he's like, oh no, I'm Vic. Then she realizes what's up and comes back to her senses, and it's like, oh, what the fuck do you want here? I kind of glossed over this on my first watch, but the actress playing Frances is so fucking good, like going in and out of these modes, especially in the last episode, or the second to last and last episode. The way she goes in and out of those things is like, Jesus, that's really good stuff.
Hard to watch in ways.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm here to get you to safety because the Falcones are dead and it's a bit of heat, so I have to get you to safety. But Vic tells her that she asks if Oz killed them, and he's like, yeah, Oz pulled it off. He killed, in quotes, the Falcones. I wonder if Vic believes that himself, or if he's just trying to play the Alzheimer's game to appease her.
My assumption would be that, it is very helpful to him in that moment if she's just happy and content to do things. I don't imagine he thinks that that's how that went down. I don't know how he would think that's possible.
Yeah,
but maybe.
Yeah. And yeah, she's like, oh, that's awesome. She's elated with the info, and they just like a little dance almost. It's like, yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's do whatever we gotta do, I guess. And yeah, she's happy about that. Back in prison, we see the guy that Oz bribed and stabbing Sal. I like that he's like, yeah, I'm here because Oz sent me. Which is like such a weird. It's like, really? This is from Oz, mother fucker. It's like, you just stabbed him without that.
I understand the idea of, making sure
Yeah.
who knows who did it, but like nobody's going to know because he's going to be dead.
Yeah.
He will be dead.
It's like one of these tropes, I guess, that they just couldn't help themselves.
I don't actually know how realistic that is. Like, I can imagine this being a thing that is actually done in real life, even though it's stupid.
Oh yeah.
It's just funny every time.
But yeah, the Oz and Nadia meet in like a small warehouse thingy, and everyone is on edge, and yeah, it's a trap. And yeah, he's like, here, give me my son, and they get him out, and curiously, Taj is like dripping wet. It's like, oh wow, why did they pour him with water? That's before you realize what is happening, because they drenched him in gasoline, and he just kind of pushes them towards the mum, and he sets them on fire as soon as shit hits the fan. It's like, oh fuck, he burns them both alive.
Really cool. I've seen several people raise the consideration that she absolutely should have smelled the gasoline, and I guess I wonder what exactly do they want her to do at that point?
Get away from me, son! You smell of gasoline. I don't know.
It's a well concocted situation, because I think it's very difficult for Nadia to. First off, because of emotional duress, and second, because of the situation, it's hard for her to do anything particularly productive with that information.
Yeah.
I think the bigger problem is that he makes like a perfect trail that leads to them, which when they like go from shot to shot, he just keeps dripping and dripping. It's just like, no, you've been re-dripping him between shots. I can tell. There's more. You've been re-dripping him.
Oh my.
But yeah, obviously that was obviously like a stylistic choice because it looks cool later. But yeah,
there's a lot of different ways to resolve that where you get the same thing happening, but this is the way they chose to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the people started shooting. Pengu has this iconic Uzi, which I know for some reason this is like a little bit of a staple weapon for him in the show. He had it like 3 or 4 times.
I mean, effective.
Yeah. But yeah, he just kind of shoots the one guy that's a danger to him. They shoot the other one on top, so I guess the trap wasn't that effective. But yeah, he just throws the lighter on the ground and sets him on fire. And I was a little shocked when I first saw this. Like, holy shit, they just set them on fire. Yeah.
At the same time, it is absolutely probably not the best idea as far as like the product that they're trying to protect.
Yeah, because he did not consider the fire defense system of this place because that fucks up his drugs. What is this, by the way, is this like a movie thing or a real thing where there's not like water but like dust or smoke coming out as a fire?
I mean, it would depend on what kind of fire suppression system is.
Yeah, I just don't know what this would be. I've never thought about it. I'm just not sure what it is.
I think probably with the thing that's.
Is it just fire extinguisher gas that you get out of the
maybe?
bottle normally?
Shit, I forgot.
Or the can.
Hold on 1 sec.
Yeah, no worries.
We had it in our like armored ambulances. Hold on 1 sec. Fire suppression system.
Yeah. But yeah,
I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah,
they
they drive off, and he checks the product and realizes, oh shit, it's all ruined except 2 buckets. Because remember, they set up their very what's the word I'm looking for? They're very sensitive to the switch of their environment. I don't know if it was like heat or temperature specifically, but they're not very durable mushrooms. So yeah, everything is ruined except 2 buckets because they had a lid on them. Yeah, so he tells him to get those to safety, turn on the heater, keep it warm, and things are not going well right now, because he also gets a call. It's like, Mikey, tell me something good. And it's like, no, it's Sal. He survived the stabbing. Like, this is like another thing I really like in the show. Like, things never really go well. Like, there's like one win and then something else just goes to shit. It's just this show really keeps you on your toes. Like, he pulled this off. That's kind of fun. And it's like, no, actually, there's like two things that just went wrong that you need to deal with. It's like, oh shit. It's just makes for engaging television.
And it helps keep you on board with his whole underdog thing.
Yes.
In terms of like the show thematically, he's constantly having to contend with like all sorts of bullshit like coming his way.
Yeah.
So it really does seem like he's punching up. So
yeah, makes him.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
go ahead.
the chemical that was used in our armored ambulances is halon, Halon. I was like, no, it's not hadron. That's like the collider thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a while since I've been in one. Yes.
I see.
Probably something like that, like a fire suppression chemical.
Yeah. And having him like punch up most of the time just feeds into this thing that the show does, where it's like, I'm actually kind of pulling for Oz. Sometimes he's kind of nice. Like, I don't think he's all bad, but later you learn, throughout the show you learn, no, he's actually like horrible. He's always been horrible. But even though I know this even on a rewatch, I was like, I don't, maybe it's very interesting. I really like the Penguin character in this. He's very interesting and engaging to think about. Because sometimes I just don't know. I still don't know in some cases, like, did he mean this, or is this just made up bullshit? It's just, they did a really good job of this.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sal calls him and is like, hey, thanks for the keys, Oz. Could have never busted myself out of this. Question. What? How did he get out? He's on
the guard had the keys.
And killed all the other guards, I guess. And opened the doors. It's like, I don't know how he got off this prison. Because he's stabbed. He's stabbed. Yeah. He's already in I think he's already in the shed in the woods somewhere. So I have legit no fucking clue how he got out of prison. They just say he is because of the stabbing.
You have to like spin some yarn about how much of the prison is in his pocket.
Yeah.
At which point, maybe you start asking questions as to why he's there to begin with. But, definitely a bit thin, I'd say.
I kind of got the impression that, like, the guy was sent in there and then, like, he just killed him and then took the keys and maybe his uniform and like, left. Like, with his access cards and stuff.
That would be another thing. I mean...
because he does say, thanks for the keys, Oz, when he contacts him later.
Yeah, he does say that, but still, I find it's going to be a hard sell to get Salvatore Maroni out of the prison with like a little guard uniform on. I don't know. It's tough for me to believe that this actually happened.
Yeah, I mean,
because it seems to be a pretty high level prison.
It certainly is conveniently easy for him. Like, and we also see none of it. Really?
Yeah, it's conveniently left out of the story. He's just like home now in this shed.
Yada yada yada. He escaped.
Yeah.
To show how that happened.
Yeah. But it's like, hey, there's no place I can't find you. I'm gonna get you, Oz. And Oz is already kind of they do a little fun little thing because Sal says, "You're cooked, Oz." He's like, "Cooked, huh?" I was like, "Oh, you won't, you
boy,
bastard."
Yeah. Teed him up for that pun. Nice.
Yep. It's like, "Hey, maybe try to call your wife and see if she picks up." It's like, "Oh fuck, you didn't."
Again, for anyone wondering about Oz being a good or a bad person at this stage of the show, there's that scene in episode 1 where he's laughing at Sophia's grief, and keep in mind also his tone of voice when he says this.
Yeah
he's loving it.
He's embracing it. He's a vile fucker. If we get to the flashback of him as a child is like, man, you've always been just a horrible monster, as the show later says. You've always been a monster. And I was like, yeah, he was. it's nuts. Yeah, and then he calls Vic because he needs to make sure the mom is okay. And another scene where he gets frustrated with Vic's stutter here. It's like, how is she? It's like, oh, she's fine. She's just sleeping. And this is where he tells us, yeah, you need to get her somewhere safe. I don't know where, but there's way too much heat on me right now. You need to take care of her. And he's got an idea, and he's bringing her to Crown Point because nobody cares about Crown Point. Even though
that is the neat thing with Penguin, taking issue with Vic's stutter. There's the scene in, I think it's 2 episodes prior where. There's the waiter who speaks over Vic while Vic is trying to get his words out, and Penguin bites his head off for it. Oz then goes on to do the same thing multiple times.
Yeah,
pretty much. He is gonna champion Vic's disability so long as it is beneficial to him. When it isn't, fuck that shit.
Yep, exactly. It's good stuff. Now we go back to the Falcone's house. Julian arrives. We all care about Julian, right? He's a very cool character. I don't give a shit about Julian. I don't know why he's just there.
I mean, I guess he does have a function.
He does, but I don't know. He's like the character I care the least about. I'm just like, yeah, he's here. He's gonna do some hypnotics and get sucked off by Sophia once or whatever, and then he goes back to Arkham. It's just... I just don't really give a shit. Like he's not like awful or anything. I'm just like, yeah, he's here now again. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, I guess he is pretty important for drawing information out.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
But yeah, he tells her, hey, the police came to speak to me. I knew it was you who killed them all, but you know what? I didn't tell them a thing. You had to do what you had to do. And you know what? Also, you were right about me, but it's not the control that I miss. It's just I just want to feel better for the neglecting I did. And yeah, you could tell that she felt free after what she did, and he wants to feel that as well, and asks her if she'll have her. And I guess he's kind of part of Team Gigante now or something.
What about all those other inmates who are clearly getting mistreated at Arkham, Mr. Rush?
Yeah, but look how hot Sophia looks.
That's true, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, look. Most of them were at most 4s.
But now we get to a cool scene again. I mean, not like the other scene was bad, but there's a specific, there's scenes that are just cool. I don't know where I was going with this. Sometimes I feel like I'm just losing my mind doing these. Because we're going to the dining room where all of the peeps wait, the ones that Johnny Vitti has assembled. Falcone's assemble, if you will. And he's like, shut up, everybody, the lady has something to say. And she immediately starts by saying that, yeah, I gassed the family, by the way. And I'm very glad I did. They're all dead. They were horrible people that killed my mom. And then dropped me as well, and they didn't even bat an eye. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And yeah, she thinks you guys are probably all the same, deemed expendable, and not made men like Johnny Vitti over here. And basically she wants to make sure that they're not forgotten and paid what they are worth. And will end the war with the Maronis because she thinks it's a fruitless war that just costs a lot of life and resources, and it's quite annoying to do so. And she says that my mom's name was Isabella Gigante, and you know what? This is what the family is now named. We're not going to talk about Carmine Falcone anymore. The Falcones are done. We're now the Gigantes.
Yeah.
And then Johnny is like, no, stop. We really need to get rid of the Maronis. Then she grabs a gun and shoots him straight in the face and kills him. I was like, God damn, dude.
It's like, I got you to establish my... validity, and now you're useless.
Yep.
You got me in this room, and if you're gonna still be pushing back at this point, then yeah, this is never gonna work out.
Yep.
That's the way it strikes me. It's like, Yeah, if you're still going to be giving me lip at this point of the operation, nah, just go.
Yeah.
Can't really work with you.
And yeah, she gets the bag of money that she wanted, saying to them, "This is made of your guys' labor, and if you join me, you'll make more than you've ever seen before." And she just kind of dumps it out into the blood that's still going around from Johnny's head. And
we always love some blood money imagery.
Yeah,
it's so easy.
Exactly. It's like I like this visual of the blood money taking though, because it's like, oh, this was like the boss guy. Oh, this is a lot of money though.
that really is a lot of money.
There's like this one guy is like kind of hesitant. He's like, Miss Gigante, and she just goes like, all right, go, everybody go ahead. And everybody just fucking grabs the money because, yeah, they're just all about money. There's not really that much loyalty to go by. And it's something Sal later says to her as well. It's like, oh, people just go wherever the money is. They don't care who you are, really. Which is a interesting conversation they have later on. And yeah, they obviously taking the money. So she's boss now, Miss Gigante. Let's fucking go.
Yay.
Yeah, they just fucking grab everything. It's like blood everywhere. It's nasty. And yeah, we see that, as already pointed out, Vic goes to Crown Point and brings Francis there. And yeah, I mean, as I already said, throughout the show, they've been saying nobody gives a shit about Crown Point, and yeah, that's true. Even the water that should be here doesn't give a shit about Crown Point. It's already
Even
left.
The water doesn't care about Crown Point, yeah.
The water's like, this shit sucks. I'm gonna fuck off.
I'm gonna flood somewhere else. Boring flooding here.
Yeah. Wait, I memed too much. I lost my. No, oh, here. Yeah, they just go like around, and he sees Squid. Remember him from the flashback? He's the guy who runs all the drops drugs here and stuff. And
the local Crown Point asshole.
Yeah, and Vic is terrified of him, which is interesting because he's already been through so much shit. You would kind of expect, like, from the way like movie goes, he would be like, "Oh, look at Squid. I don't care. I'm like with Oz. Like I'm badass now." It's like, no, he's fucking terrified of him. Like he's.
I think he's also very scared of Squid, like having any information that he might be able to exploit, just because he knows how Squid operates. So he's just like, "Oh fuck, you're gonna be nothing but a problem."
Yeah. And it's kind of fun because Francis is even like, "Wow, what are you doing? You're basically pissing yourself. What's wrong with that guy?" It's like, "Shut up, we gotta go." But yeah, their idea is, or his idea is to basically squat in an apartment that's from his old friendo. Wait, what was his name? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but it's a flat of an old friendo, and they go in there to, well, hide themselves.
He gives a shit about this place, so, you know, makes sense as a place to hide.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who the fuck's gonna go looking for you in Crown Point?
And yeah, Squid actually does see them go inside, but he's like, "Oh, that's interesting," but he doesn't really do anything. I mean, I guess he wouldn't. I mean, he just knows him, so he doesn't really want anything from him, I guess. So yeah,
there's a very real possibility that he's like, "Oh, he's still alive."
Yeah.
Because they probably haven't seen each other since the
explosion. Yeah.
Thing.
So yeah, and so the next scene is interesting as well, because Frances goes in here and she looks like disgusted. It's like, this looks like the place I used to live with the boys, and I hate it here. And obviously, when you watched for the first time, it's like, oh yeah, because like this is like when they were like super poor and didn't really like it here anymore. But when you get to know what actually happened, he's like, oh yeah, I would hate it here too if they would remind me of my past. I was like, not great.
Yeah, it's a very special kind of torture to bring her and set her back up in this sort of place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of recontextualization that happens on the second watch through in a very good way, in terms of how the story flows. You understand, it's like, oh, this is why she hates it here. It's like, good stuff. And yeah, and Vic even says, like, I used to live over there, you know, where the water should be right now.
Yeah.
this is all Wolf's fault. I didn't even think about that, and now I can't unsee it, and it really annoys me. But yeah, Vic says he used to live over there, and Francis just says, yeah, the East Side is cursed, takes everything from you. But yeah, Oz going around goes to Eve. It's like, yo, Eve, we're gonna fuck off. We gotta leave. It's not safe here anymore. But Eve says, I'm not gonna come with you because the deal was we got each other's back and don't fuck each other over, and that deal is through. Like, you put me and my girls in danger now, so not happening. And he's he's furious. He wrecks the place a little bit, and like, how the fuck would you do this now? Like, what are you doing? Like, I think we've been like like homies and stuff. But more interestingly, he tells her immediately, like, oh, we have a place at Crown Point near the zoo. It's like, oh, that's gonna bite him in the ass later on. But I find their dynamic quite interesting, because I think she's like the only one who can kind of screw with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because he clearly likes her a lot.
Yeah. So I took a swig here. I thought you were talking more after this.
I was just chipping in quickly because I kind of wanted to go in a different direction.
Yeah, but it's yeah, she's like, oh, don't, it's fine, worry, but you'll be on top soon enough, because she's also just kind of out for herself, basically. She has probably way more redeeming qualities than Oz, because she actually gives a shit about her girls. But
you see what happens with Oz the moment someone stops doing like exactly what he wants them to do.
Yeah,
trashes her place.
Yeah, it's like, fuck you, how could you do this?
How could you do this to me after I repeatedly screwed you over and like put you in the line of fire of really, really heavy hitters?
Yeah, and then she says, you'll be on top soon enough, but right now, I would just hold you back. It's like, oh, interesting. So yeah, he leaves without her.
What she meant by that.
Let's see. Sophia goes to visit Salvatore in his hideout. They just hear some gunshots, and I guess they shot the guards. She's like, "Hey, what's up?" And there's a little bit of quipping, not quipping. She's just like, "Oh, that's from this place. Didn't travel so well." And he's like, "Oh, what do you want? You here to kill me?" It's like, "No, actually not." They kind of sort of like, you know what? Your family had it right. Oz fucked me over, and he got rewarded. And she wonders, hey, would you have let that stand? Would you have let it slide? And Sal just says he would have ripped his fucking tongue out and left him for the vultures, because their family is, very family oriented, right? I mean, it's like an Italian thing, right? Italian mafia is like family.
Yeah,
it's like the big
Italian
thing.
People in general.
Yeah, so yeah, this is like, it's interesting. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't have done that at all. And she's like, you know what? I'm not here actually to kill you. And she just like not a gesture. She puts the gun down. It's like, I'm not here to kill you. Actually, I want to end this stupid war, and I want our families to join, kill Oz, and then rule the city. And also, the Falcones don't exist anymore, and it would be the Gigantes and the Maronis together. It's like, ooh, and there it is. We already talked about this. They have like their big join up to, well, fuck over Oz and get him done, because Oz did a very good job of pissing all of these people off. So obviously they're gonna go after him.
He did not play like the perfect careful game where he constantly plays them off against each other. No, now they both hate him and want him dead more than anything else.
And now you have like, we already pointed out, it's like loads and loads of resources versus a handful of guys in an apartment.
A couple of buckets of mushrooms.
Yeah, they have 2 buckets of mushrooms, and they're now in like an apartment without any electricity or anything. But they're safe now. That nobody really knows they're here except Eve. We'll keep that in mind. Yeah. Then we see Oz coming to the apartment in Crown Point. And Oh, see,
As much as
go
it should be more flooded, and I think it's worth like belaboring that. Man, Crown Point looks like shit.
Oh, Crown Point is fucked.
It looks really, really good, you know, in terms of how terrible it looks.
I think they really kind of like with Oz arriving at the apartment, they drove it home with like there clearly just being no power in the building. Like it's like he's gotta kind of like just make his way to the rough place where they are and be like, okay, well, we're in one of these doors. He's got like a flashlight and yeah. I thought that they conveyed just what a rough state Crown Point was in nicely.
Yeah. So I just getting the transcript here because that's what I've written down. No, why did it scroll all the way down? Why did you do this website? Oh, stupid pop-up. I hate technology. Let's see. God, I need to find it again. I was at the perfect place. I blame Obama. I don't know.
Oh man,
Yeah.
deep cut.
Obama.
Bastard.
What year is it?
I don't know. Because yeah, he gets in there, and he just kind of talks to his mom, kind of lies next to her and cuddles towards her, and just have a little, I guess, talk, you could say. She's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Ma. I feel like I let you down," and he just says, "You did." It's like, oh shit. She's been getting more ruthless the more we get time with her, and well, we're gonna learn about her in a bit as well because she's not that nice either. She's not
We're again getting the idea from her that she's been, you know, like gassing him up towards his goals because of this sort of treatment. Because like, you know, he's dropped the ball here clearly, and she is completely cutting him off as a result of it.
Yeah.
Which, from what we know of Oz, that doesn't sit very well with him. So, from what we're seeing now, it looks like he could easily just be a product of that sort of upbringing from her.
Yeah.
Of course, it's more complicated than that.
It is. It's actually way more fucked up.
A little bit.
It's actually kind of insane what this family is and became here. And you know, I can't wait to talk about this because it's so completely fucked. But yeah, he just kind of talks about how he has to figure out his next move, and she's just like, "My boy, with such big dreams, like your father." And we don't really get anything from the father, but apparently he just made promises, and then I don't know if he fucked off or died. I don't think we get any information on that, really, if I'm not misremembering. Yeah. But again, he's like, "No, I ain't like him. I can fix this. It's you and me under one roof now, like it used to be." And she's just asked, "Are you trying to kill me?" It's like, Jesus. To be fair, I think when I first watched this, I was wondering if he's actually trying to do this, the way he's like lying there. But no, he's I'm trying to protect you. It's better this way when we're together. And she's like, taking me back here. You're throwing it in my face, what I lost. And oh, that line on the second watch through is like, holy shit.
Especially with the things that Mr. Oz has just been saying. Oh man, yeah, there's a lot of context that's very good for that line.
Yeah, throwing it in my face, and he's like, "What I lost?" He's like, "I lost him too," and she's like, "Ugh, what kind of man can take care of his own mother?" And she's like, "Get off me, get off!" And then that's that. And I was like, "Damn, yeah."
Completely cutting him off from any sort of affection, which is what he's somewhat dependent on.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, he's like, "Yeah, no, I lost my brothers too. I'm sad too." He's not. He's lying. But yeah, as I said, completely shut him off here now, and yeah, he's leaving the room. Yeah. Let me see. Oh yeah, he just goes back into the living room basically, and he kind of looks around what they brought, and it's like this glass of stuff he just kind of pours out, and it's like, oh, that's this little trolley thing. And also Vic wakes up. It's like, oh shit, I must have fallen asleep. I'm sorry. It's like, no, you did good, kid. Again, just giving him some positive reinforcement, keeping him under his umbrella, if you will. And nah, penguin umbrella.
You're pretty thoroughly into our second act low point.
Yes, absolutely. It's like, okay, we need a plan. What are we doing here? And it's like, oh wait, there's this little trolley system or train system or whatever they call it. I think it says trolley on the coin. I'm not sure what the
underground trolley.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. He also tells us like, I told her to get a penthouse, look that looks over the whole city, all that kind of stuff. It's like all the promises he made her, and we get more on that later on as well. But for now, we're just gonna remember that it's like a two door walk up, bedroom walk up, something like that. And
put a pin in that.
Yes. Oh God, fucking piece of shit. And he actually asked like, "Hey, what did happen to your family?" And I was like, "City took him. I was too weak to protect them." It's like, "Oh, fuck you." There's so many lines on the second watch where it's like, you're such a dingus, dude.
I mean, like, the interesting thing is that that's almost true. It's just he was too weak not to kill them.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. But yeah, he found this thing, and he goes to check it out with Vic. And
that one's really fascinating, just quickly to me, because I wonder how much he's convinced himself that is actually the case.
Yeah,
It feels like there's a lot of layers of denial with the Penguin, but I don't know. Is he just straight bullshitting? Because that would be hard to keep up as such, but he seems to have folded it into his like life story thing of life's tough and Gotham's a bad place, and the sacrifices are made and stuff in order to survive because the world sucks. Does he think that counts as like a sacrifice for him? Has he convinced himself that that's the case?
Maybe in his own mind. I could totally see him being that delusional right now. The thing is, it's done so well in the show where it's not like when we get to the conversation between him and his mom, he never actually says, "Yes, I did it." Like, he's still like, no, you're just talking bullshit. Like, this is your illness talking, and we get there, talk more about this, but yeah, he definitely never admits to it. I think he's just gonna take this to his grave.
Well, I think also another thing he does is he compartmentalizes single actions as maybe not really even being things that count at all. Like, it's just like, well, I made that one decision, but now it's just, oh man, like I couldn't save my brothers because I'm a cripple and too weak. So
yeah, there's nothing I could have done.
Yeah,
I couldn't have told my mom.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Not locked them in there in the first place.
Yeah,
could have not tried to drown them. What? That's crazy. I just wanted to hang out with my mom alone for like ever.
Yeah, because they play very coy with showing clearly just how fucked his psychology is.
Yeah,
we don't really get to see it until the last episode, I'd say. You get glimpses here and there. Like, clearly he's a malicious, impulsive, and spiteful individual, but you don't get any sense of just how like warped his view on the world is until that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which works in the show's favor.
So yeah, they go down there, and very interestingly, they show this is like a little shot. He sees a door that he stops at for a second and looks at it, and he looks kind of upset by that specific door, and I'm like, that's interesting.
That door, Oz.
Yeah, what's up with that door? What's up with that? When you learn what it is, I remember messaging Mauler and it was like, I knew that fucking door had something to do. They didn't show this by accident. They knew something was up. Those motherfuckers. Yeah. Again,
well,
small.
At least it wasn't an Easter egg to maybe point out that that's where they're hiding this universe's Killer Croc.
God, in a lesser show, that's definitely something you would have expected.
Stay tuned for the post-credits scene.
But yeah, they go down here, check it out, and it's like a big hall where I guess like all the trolleys are located. And it's like a big open space, and it's like, hey, this is like all humid and wet and kind of gross. You know what's gonna thrive down here? Mushrooms.
Oh my, yes.
And he's like, well, welcome to our new base of operations. And that's exactly what this is going to become. And that's why the episode is called Homecoming.
Without jumping too far ahead, also, I've got to say, like, again, with this shows just willingness to not set anything in stone as like, okay, now this is like the headquarters, like, or at least for very long. I mean, even I think it was in Batman Returns, like Penguin's got kind of an underground, like, subway tunnel lair. And I think a lot of people were like, oh, yeah, this explains why he's like got his big lair under the city. And it's like, oh, no, it's not. It's around for like a little, but
a week or so, maybe.
A long time. This Penguin is all about adapting to new circumstances, not at all like having a thriving operation that just has a status quo and stays there.
Yeah. But yeah, once again, Penguin has found a way to move forward and get shit going, because he is very good at adapting. But yeah, that's episode 5, Homecoming. Yeah, lots of things moving along. Definitely. I mean, there's still 3 episodes left, but we're marching very thoroughly towards like the conclusion of everything. And
yeah,
I mean, the first half of the show made really good work of that time and setting things up, so we can just start setting things up for the second half after the low point, as Theo already said.
Yeah, I mean, like, as much as happened in this episode, it's also kind of the least eventful episode of the second act. Like,
because it's reestablishing all of the pieces in their new places.
Yeah. But at the same time, when you kind of take a look at the events, you have the Maroni family getting burned to death. You have Sophia basically taking over the entire criminal underworld, or at least like the Falcone sphere of that, as well as uniting with the Maronis, which are, you know, 2 pretty big events. And you have the establishment of what is going to become the like Arkham mushroom operation base, as well as like giving us a whole bunch of stuff that will connect to the flashback in episode 7.
Yeah. And something I talked about with Mahler as well randomly. I think the show has like as a really good balance of scenes where you can just start think about it and go like in multiple different ways that just keeps your noggin going, but also just establishing things in a really good way. We have like pretty straightforward things like the flashbacks and stuff. Like, yeah, this is what happens. And there's like not a lot to like interpret into these things, or they could like in some way or another. It's like, no, this is what happened, and that's all, and it's all just still just very well acted and well thought out. So there's like a good balance of having to think a bit about stuff, but also just taking in the story and just enjoying what you see, or well, maybe cringe at the brutality of what's been happening. You know what I mean? It has a very good balance of that.
And we've got a lot of nice little connections for a rewatch too. Like, I found that ongoing through these episodes in particular, like the later ones, there's a lot of little things that on a second watch you'd be like, huh.
Yeah, absolutely.
You thought that through, didn't you?
In any case, Oz has built up a little empire in Crown Point. Because obviously, as the show has been very adamant about establishing, Crown Point, nobody gives a shit about Crown Point. It's completely fucked. They don't have electricity. They don't have any work. They probably want food. So Penguin comes around and it's like, hey, you wanna work? You want some money? I can give you money. Just sell some drugs for me. And people in Crown Point are probably like, yes, please. I'd like some money because I like to eat and have clothes on my back. So it's a
philanthropist man, Mr. Oz is. What a nice thing to do.
I know, right?
It is self-serving, but it like also, I mean, he is objectively helping those people. Like they are going to have an easier time paying their bills if they actually have a job that is paying them money.
I wonder if they've even got bills to pay after what happened.
I mean, yeah, but like I think we can at least assume that they have food bills to pay, because most humans do require sustenance.
Right.
no, I don't want to play League right now. Someone just invited me. It's like, no.
Are you sure? Just take a break.
Just a quick round of Scanner, just jungling. We'll talk about Penguin. Random, but Scanner has like legit become like my favorite champion to play. I don't know. I just really like his moveset. Anyway, let's not get into this.
All right.
But yeah, we just have a little update on what's been happening in the last couple of days or a week or whatever it is. It's not completely clear how long, but they just kind of made like a little makeshift operation down here and just used all the Crown Point people to do things. And we also established that, hey, all these trolley systems, they're basically connected to all of Gotham, and they just gradually been opening up other things, other ways to get to other, so like Burnley or something. Like it's like different places they can go to now. But they also point out like, hey, there's a lot of these little mob families. They just don't really like each other, and you know what? We should probably not tell them we're working with the other family and just keep it on the down low, basically. There's also a little scene where he talks to the workers he has. He's like, hey, if anyone asks where you got that money, you say construction. You got a construction, exactly. And yeah, for that he gives them money and something to work, and he gets their loyalty. So yeah,
Literal revolution from below here with them working out of the tunnels and whatnot.
Yeah,
kind of neat.
And apparently he's already been making so much money that the Die Low is interested to do business again. It's like, oh shit. Well, he's making some moves. He's been doing pretty well, and nobody knows he's here. Nobody knows where this base is because they just go through all these tunnels. So it's a pretty good place to go.
Pretty incredible asset that was introduced for him last episode.
Yeah.
Keep talking a second. Sorry.
Oh, I just said, yeah, it is a pretty incredible asset. Having not only the ability to grow the product in a place in an environment that's ideal for what they're actually trying to produce, but also having the ability to then transport it pretty much anywhere you need to go in the city discreetly. It's good stuff for a drug empire.
Absolutely.
Not that I would know. I've only ran a few. I mean, I've never ran one.
Oh. We should probably talk after the stream.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what's going on. And there's like this one thing where Oz is like points out, it's like, you know what? They will tell stories about us, just like just like back with Rex Calabrese. It's important to look out for your people. That's what's been going on about. He just wants the recognition of being like this cool leader guy that's giving people what they like. He just wants to be like Rex. He was like a good guy.
Just wants to look out for his people.
Yeah. Anyway, Julian and Sophia had some sexy times, but with BDSM or something, I guess. He's like, yeah, that.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a time.
Yeah, there's.
She did something to cause him pain, and he wasn't entirely opposed.
No.
In fact, I think his exact words were, "I deserved it."
I deserved it. Yeah. Like, okay. Anyway, the Sal is making some food. And he's using some expensive wine. It's like, I can't believe you opened this up. It's just gathering dust like your father. It's like, okay.
Weird segue.
Yeah. It's like, a bit rude. But yeah, Sophia tells him, hey, some of my men have seen Cobb's people, but they just kind of vanished somewhere. We have no idea where they went. And he calls Oz a weed. And they just kind of go a little bit back and forth. He wants to use some dishes, but she's like, no, use the fancy dishes because these are better. Because we're not bound by the other people. We can do whatever we want. And it's like, oh, I didn't expect you to be like a cook. It's like, oh, but Nadia showed me all her family recipes so I could pass them down. It's like, oh, no. That's actually sad.
It'd be really funny if he remarries, has another kid, and the kid isn't a Ronnie. Like, So he's got all these like Middle Eastern dishes. It's like, wait, aren't you Italian? It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah.
It means I can't cook hummus? Prepare, I guess. Sorry, I shouldn't.
Also, show, stop making me feel for horrible people all the time. What are you doing? I know they all have killed tons of people. I know they're horrible. But god damn it, why are you making them so relatable? There's also
I mean,
humanizing them.
yeah.
Some bad people have families that they love too.
Yeah.
I know
People have
that's
feelings.
yeah. They definitely do a lot of compartmentalization, as I know we've brought up before in Oz's case. But yeah, I mean, I guess anything you have done and can feel guilty about would not necessarily make your wife and son being burned alive feel any less bad. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely. But yeah, he gives her the food and she kind of eats it. It's still kind of like fast from back in Arkham, and he just kind of looks at her. He also points out, oh, Taj liked his with a bit of yogurt. It's like, okay. And yes?
She uses utensils here, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that is some development, because remember that first dinner that she goes out with Oz, she's just like shoveling it all in with her hands.
Yeah. But yeah, but she stops and it's like, yeah, Taj was right. It is very good with yogurt. And that almost fucking breaks Sal. He's like, fucking...
Yeah.
He's like angry and sad. It's like, oh, damn. They react to their family's deaths. It's like they're real people.
Yeah.
I appreciate the differing expressions of grief as well, because he just gets angry.
Yeah.
Anger is his outlet for grief.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we mentioned it before, but there's like not a single bad casting choice in this whole show. Everyone is doing an exceptional job.
Yeah.
It's so fucking
Everyone's
good.
firing on all cylinders.
It's so goddamn good. But yeah, they just yeah, I just completely lost my train of thought because it's a good show.
Sal gets angry after
Yes.
hearing that Taj had good taste in Middle Eastern food.
Yeah, there you go. And he goes straight back to, so it's like, okay, how do we get rid of Oz? And yeah, he points out that Oz is making moves, but Sophia basically just like, they're just not going to do anything with them. Like, we were the biggest ones here, so why would we care about the moves he makes? And this is where Sal, because he's been a crime boss for possibly decades, is like, oh, they just fucking go wherever the money is. They don't care who it is. And also, Oz got that tip from Carmine back in the day. It's like, oh, he even says like, stinks, doesn't it, huh? Yeah, just nice that, she's pretty smart, but she's not knowledgeable about the whole operation and what's going on all the time. She just thinks like, yeah, we're like this big crime family. Why would they go to like some small-time fleam somewhere in wherever the fuck they are? And it's like, well, he has a product they want, and it's selling for good, so if it sells good, they're gonna get it, and they go to him. Yeah. And that's how that goes.
Supply and demand, it's pretty basic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they don't also do the thing which is like, no, fuck you, I know what I'm doing. It's like, she's like, oh yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Because she's, yeah.
Casting some shade on the whole loyalty thing that
Yeah.
maybe makes rounds in a lot of mob fiction, in mob reality even as well. Like, no, these people are going to chase the money because that's what they're in this for ultimately.
Yeah. Yeah, so people buy whoever's selling, so they go there if they have to. And she then basically says, well, then we gotta go send a message to whoever is making business with Cobb, and we get to see very soon what that looks like. Back to our boys in Crown Point. They're trying to have some dinner and listen to some music, but the power goes out. And yeah, they have some sausage and eggs, which, good choice. That's delicious and actually makes me a little bit hungry right now. It's like, the power is out. But then Frances has another of her little episodes where she isn't fully there. And interestingly, Vic plays like, I call it kind of meme like the Alzheimer's game, where you just kind of go with the dementia or
Yeah.
Alzheimer's, which I've done before with my grandma when that happens, because sometimes you just don't know what else to do, really. Because Vic says, oh, Jack has gone downtown to pay the bill, so the electricity should come back online soon. She's like, he's been doing this, that's great. But Oz is like, the fuck are you doing, Vic?
Yeah.
And he's like,
he thinks it's making her worse when ultimately all he's doing is just like, look, just play along until she kind of snaps herself out of it, and then she'll kind of forget she was even saying that stuff.
Yeah, Vic is like trying to be like helpful and take the edge off. But yeah, he's like, you have no right to talk about my brothers. And he just tells his mom, like, it's only me. No dad, no brothers, only me. Me. It's like, oh, okay.
He doesn't want their presence in the household.
Not even by name.
Imagined.
Yeah.
They are a tragedy that she lost. They are not people.
Yeah. And she understands. I think, judging by her looks, that she came back to reality and understands what's going on. Then she gets angry, saying like, "God, I'll take care of myself. You'll see." But then Oz gets a call by Link. If you remember, that's the deputy guy from the Die Low.
Yeah, one with the crazy neck tattoo.
Yeah, and he's like, he just tells Vix like, "Oh, put on the news. Like, how it can't really be that bad, right?" But yeah, some corner guys have been strung upside down with the pinky severed, and basically the triads are like, "Nope, thank you, we're out."
Not interested in that.
Not interested. But yeah, obviously the pinky thing is like a message, because that's what Oz did with the brother. Oh, I guess Vic did it, but you know what I mean.
Well, I mean, also I guess like it's the ring too that he's wearing, the pinky ring.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, as Cobb says, it's a warning shot, and what is what to do next? Like, oh, I can't even like, I don't have the muscle to fight back. Like, I couldn't give away the drugs if I tried. And he's like, actually, what if I just do? What if I just give it away for free?
Yeah.
Just create demand. And yeah, so they do. They just fucking give it all away. It's like, tonight it's not about the money. Just give it away. Everybody wants it, gets it. And yeah, we just create demand. We're going back to money as soon as we can. I was like, yeah, you know what? Actually, pretty smart move, I think. Just give it
like one of those free weekends in a popular video game.
Yeah.
First the FOMO.
First hit is for free.
And that just makes it like pretty unfeasible to start like playing whack-a-mole with everyone who's dealing in this product.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't do it, because if it's free, everyone's interested.
Absolutely. And it was inevitable, but Vic meets Squid in the wild. And hey, what are you doing back in the point? Like, you ran out of gas, something. It's like, yeah. It's like kind of trying to play it coolish. It's like, oh, you're a sneakerhead now? It's like, no, those would be great. And I really like he's not in the show along Squid, but I like that he's not just the stupid bully guy.
Yeah.
He's just
he
like,
picks
hey,
up that
Vic.
he's got expensive shoes on.
Yeah, it's like, Vic, where the fuck do you get the money from? Like, no one here has really any cash in Crown Point. Where the fuck did you go this from? And it's like, Squid, I'm not part of any drugs. Like, stop bullshitting me. I know something's going on. I want to talk to your people. I'm offering my services, basically. And yeah, I want in on the money. Let's make some cash together. Like, he's not he might be a bit of a bully here, like bully tendencies, the way he goes around. He does like the pretends to about to punch him, and he goes like like a little play like, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's used to being the big fish in the small pond.
Yeah. But
well, he's also used to being specifically able to intimidate Victor.
Yeah.
So like the idea that he's like, even if I'm asking him for something, I still got to make him a little bit afraid of saying no. And I think that ultimately is probably what gets Victor to be like, yeah, you're going to be a problem.
Well, as you already pointed out, he's probably also not probably he's worried about the information, because he points out, hey, what's good with the old lady? You've been there, haven't seen her in a while. Maybe you have to go check her out. And it's like, ooh, that is a problem. That is definitely a problem.
I mean, yeah, and as much as that would make him a more serious player in Victor's head, it's also probably the thing that made him say, "Yeah, this guy's got to go." Like, him being around is not okay.
Yeah. But he's like, I'm offering my services, so let's go get that cash together, Victor. And he's kind of excited. He's like, ooh, there's some money to be made. I want in on that because I like money.
You just tell him to go deal on the same corners that the guys who got hung and pinky sliced off were on.
Yeah. Well, Sophia and Sal, they're trying to look for ways to find Oz, so they go break into his old apartment. And just kind of looking around. Sophia finds the cigar clipper. Is there like a fancy name for that thing? There probably is, but it's like the thing where you clip off the bud of the cigar or something.
Yeah, I mean, like, is it just called a cutter?
Maybe it's just a cutter. I thought it had like a fancy name because cigars
my
are
dad's
fancy
a
or
big
something.
cigar smoker, but I don't know that he's. Yeah, I guess cigar cutter seemed to come up on Google like right away.
Yeah.
Cigar cutters.
So yeah, they're just kind of looking around. They do the meme again where Sal turns on the fire and plays the music, and Sophia's just like, yeah, I know. Again, there's like some funny bits in the show that come very naturally, and I think they're doing a good job of that. I do enjoy that.
Because like Sal especially comes across as like actually sophisticated, and Sophia of course has a sophisticated background, so they see him essentially like aping them in a really gaudy way. Of course, they both find it like, oh, brother.
But yeah, he finds the picture of the brothers, and he's like, oh hey, what about this? Who are they? And she's like, oh, those are his brothers. They died young, and his mother is dead too. And Sal's like, this is fucking bullshit. Like, he takes everything away from me. He just has nothing. Like, it's not fair. I want to take something from this fucker that killed my family, but he doesn't have anything. So
practice your swing.
Practice your swing, and just kind of fucking goes nuts. You can just hear him yell in the background, just wrecking the apartment while she checks the drawers and finds Eve's drawer. Like, ooh, I remember her.
All that angry can't be good for Sal's blood pressure.
No. I don't even know why you would mention that. That's I don't
I have no
even
idea.
That's
He's
that.
just
I
kind
mean,
of old,
That's
you
a
know?
weird thing to point out.
I mean, like maybe that expression might be, but I guess you're right. It does kind of, never mind. Because it is sort of a moment of anger. Yeah. Okay.
Marc caught up as well.
Well, no, because I was thinking it was like, well, I mean, like honestly, if his blood pressure is building up because he's that angry, like expressing it might actually like help him. Granted, like he's in a unique circumstance where the type of expression he was doing is not really hurting anyone but Oz, who, like, realistically, we shouldn't feel that bad about his apartment getting fucked up of all the things that could be happening to him. So, yeah.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Generally,
not
though,
Oz's
if
apartment.
you generally though, if you have high blood pressure, don't destroy people's apartments.
That
But
seems like
it's-
a decent rule of thumb. Start saying that to people.
It was a pretty
Yeah.
good idea. But yeah, she finds that and a picture, and she's like, ooh, the thing Eve said is coming true, because Sophia's gonna go visit her in a bit. But now we get another heartbreaking scene where I'm like, stop making me feel for these horrible people, you stupid show. Because he's coming back home, Penguin is, and he's like, Ma, you hungry? You want to eat something? And he finds her in the fucking bathtub, and she's been in there for apparently hours. The water is freezing, and it's just such an old people thing that would happen. Go to the bathtub, can't get out by herself, and yeah, it's been in there. I mean, that's just a thing that happens where, like, old people just get found on the floor because they fell over and they can't get up anymore. And I know there's the meme.
I mean,
Say
yeah.
the line.
Say the line. I've fallen and I can't get up.
I mean,
Yay.
I would say easily 2 to 3 times a week while I was like working EMS, we would have calls for things that were just lift assist.
Yeah.
Old person down or in a tub or something like that, and the only people who found them not being like able to help them really, but yeah, we just need to go there, pick them up, put them somewhere safe. That's that.
Yeah. Because we now have a scene. He kind of lifts her out of there, but she can't. She can't make it. Like, oh, because he apologizes. Oh, I've been out all night working. We should have checked on you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And then she says like, oh, don't look at me. Don't look at me. It's like, yeah, there's that old people stuff. And they just kind of go out. She goes down, and she has like a real moment of clarity. It's like, yo, my mind is going. I can't really do numbers anymore. You gotta promise me, if my mind goes before my body is ready, you have to help me die. It's like, holy shit. That's not a thing you want to hear from your mom. And he even says like, oh, you're not thinking straight. And she looks at him, it's like, at the moment I do. My mind is going. I can't do numbers no more. Like this, whatever I have is like a dirty thief.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people make memes about Canadian healthcare, but the thing that they're joking about there is like, this is the reason why we have that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's stuff like this.
Yeah. But also says, no, I can't do it. Like, you're asking crazy things of me. But she insists, like, I gave you everything, and you can't pussy out on me now. And then he just reluctantly agrees with tears in his eyes. It's like, whoo, goddamn.
I gave you everything kind of hits different
in
context.
I gave you everything. Yeah. Like, oh, I guess you did, huh?
I mean, he doesn't even know the extent of that.
Mm-mm. Cool. But yeah, actually kind of a heartbreaking scene, even though those are all horrible people.
Actually, though.
Yeah.
And you get the feeling that, yeah, Penguin does have a heart.
Yeah.
Oz has a heart. He's willing to, even at great personal cost, agree to his mother's wishes because he loves her.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Right? He wouldn't let anything crazy happen to her just so he can uphold a lie or something. That would be... What? No, he wouldn't do that. But yeah, also I think this is like a very real thing that happens with like these dementia patients and stuff like that. I remember my dad telling me when he was visiting my grandma when she got like worse, she had like a moment of like clarity for like a long while where she's like, yeah, no, it's I know what's happening. Like he told me while I was like, oh shit, that was probably rough, dude. Jesus.
Yeah, like at a certain point, it's almost easier when they're jumping around in time as opposed to when it's like, oh shit, I know where I am, I understand what's happening here, and like this is horrible. I don't want to be doing this. It's like, oh my god, that's somehow significantly more sad.
Yeah, it was like I think it was a couple of weeks before she passed away, and my dad told me it's like, yeah, this was there was the time where I basically already said goodbye. Because that was like a normal conversation with the real person, if that makes any sense, the way I phrased it. So yeah, that's
yeah.
This is why these scenes are so fucking effective. They're very grounded and real. It's like, yeah, people can see that happen and can relate to that, even though those are horrible people. This is again, it's just they toy with like with your emotions in the show. It's like, yeah, you know, these people like kill things and people and are horrible, but see, they have like human interactions and emotions. It's like, yeah, fuck you though. I don't want to be sympathetic to them.
Very important for the show to acknowledge that bad people, they're still people, and they often resemble people in how they conduct themselves in the world. Keep that in mind.
Yeah. Great fucking scene.
Absolutely.
And then they sit her down and do her makeup. So Penguin is canonically good at doing makeup for his mom somehow.
How many times he did this?
I found that funny.
Yeah, I guess he's just done it a lot, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, so she can look nice again. Possibly for the last time, where she will be able to even realize that is happening, maybe. So yeah, it's good stuff. And then later that day, Vic's coming home, and Az is just trying to repair the generator, but he's not doing very well with it. And Vic just tells him, like, everything went smooth with the drops, but we have this guy, Squid. He's a bit of a problem. He's gonna do something. I don't know really what we're gonna do about him. But Oz is not really paying attention, because he's doing the thing, because he just worries about his mom, obviously, after the conversation he had today.
Yeah.
Like, he goes on to say they don't even know what she got. First Parkinson's, then Alzheimer's, now something called Lewy body, which actually I never heard of before, so I actually don't know what that exactly is.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't either.
Oh, okay. But he goes on, it's like, all those machines, academics, and they don't even know what the fuck is going on. How am I supposed to protect her from something like that? Like, yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it?
I guess you can't, huh?
Yeah. But then he's like, oh, what was that about the problem? And Vic's like, nah, I'm good. And I'm like, Vic, you're too good for this job. Stop. Run. It's like the Breaking Bad meme. Vic! Vic!
Oh.
No.
Okay, so apparently Lewy bodies are protein clumps in the brain that damage thinking and can be the root cause of either dementia or Parkinson's.
Oh, great. That sounds fantastic.
So maybe it's like kind of a combination of the two. Though, I mean, she's not having the sort of typical Parkinson's disease tremors, at least in this show that I've noticed.
I see.
So, yeah. Probably mostly the dementia. It's just that's likely the cause of it as opposed to any of the other reasons that cause dementia.
Okay. Well, he Oz kind of looks over at the city. He's like, look at city all bright. Fucking bullshit. And we see him take some pliers. And it's like, I'm gonna go for a walk. And we'll see him do something in a little bit here.
Yeah, this is arguably one of the best deeds he does in the entire show.
He does, yeah. It's actually...
Still selfishly motivated.
Yeah, if I was going to say it's still
yeah,
selfishly, but it's like really good for everybody in Crown Point.
Yeah, like from a utilitarian perspective, he does help a lot of people, though.
Yeah. But yeah, Sophia is kind of walking down the red light district and is looking for Eve. But everybody's like, no, never seen her, never seen the bitch. Me. Even refusing some money. But Roxy is here. She was the lady talking to Vic in the club and in Penguin's apartment. And he's like, oh, I can help you for the right price. And you're like, oh, she's a snitch. Is what they want you to think, but actually she's not. But we'll get there real shortly, because first we see good old Oz. He's going to talk to Councilman Haiti. And he uses the pliers, kind of nips his nose, or the... what's the separator in the nose holes called? Is there a name
Septum.
for that? Oh, well,
Septum.
Okay, septum. He uses the pliers and puts them on the septum. And it's not nice. It doesn't feel nice. But the constable is like, I paid all my dues and debts. It's like, yeah, but not to me. It's like, you think I'm not cool enough, not big enough for you? And, hey, you didn't even respond to the thing I sent you. You don't want to be pals with me? And, but yeah, he basically...
episode 1.
Yes, that's when he sent it.
That one was sat cooking for a while.
Yes. I almost forgot about that, but then this comes up. It's like they do things deliberately in this show that makes sense later on. That's crazy.
Hey.
Yeah, I'd had the feeling that was one of those things he had set up that just wasn't going to pan out because of how the rest of the show had gone.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad that it was reintegrated.
But yeah, he basically just tells him, hey, all I want you to do is do your job. Crown Point has no fucking electricity. Fucking go do something about it. You have until sunup. It's like, oh shit, okay. Guess we're doing that. And there's like just another scene. He just tells him to drive off, and he reverses out of the parking spot. I just like that Penguin's like, oh Jesus, come on, you got more room than you think. Straight back. It's just frustrated. It's just really funny. And then he gets
lots of really good comedy beats from the Penguin just being kind of a normal guy.
Yeah.
At the same time as being this incredibly fucked up like mob boss figure.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, they did a similar thing with Riddler in the Batman. No, they didn't.
Ave Maria.
Yeah, all dudes do that.
God, I will never forget. No, 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 no.
This wasn't how this was supposed to go.
Such a goober, dude. Does he know? He does know. It's such a good meme format, though. It's fucking
Yeah, it
awesome.
actually is.
He doesn't know? He doesn't know. Anyway, it gets a call from, I think, Donnie or whatever he's called. And he's like, just let me meet face to face. We'll figure it out or something. Yeah, Donnie. I think it's one of the mob bosses or something. One of the smaller guys, definitely. But yeah, Vic talks to Squid. He tries to get rid of him, try to do things. And Squid's like, hey, where's your people at? What's going on? It's like, well, I've talked to them. We're not really looking for new people right now. But, this is your place. People respect you. We respect you. Here is a bundle of cash. I can get you more next week. It's kind of fun to think about because Vic learned with the money he has, it's a cost of business. It's like he got rid of the policeman. If I give this guy cash every week or every month or whatever, he's going to stay out of our shoes. He can do his stuff and we can do our stuff and it's all going to be good stuff. So,
big bag of money with "please go away" like written on it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Maybe that'll solve my problem.
And it's like, oh, and you can get me more next week? It's like, yeah, oh, that's crazy because, look, it just kind of throw it on the ground. It's like, oh, look, it's already gone. That's crazy. Like, it's just going around. I was like, oh, this is not gonna, something is gonna happen. Where are we going with this? And it's like, do you think you could just pay me off? You think you're just a big tough guy? I'm like, yeah, you know what? On the street, I know you with this Oz guy. I don't know where he is. Here he's having a lot of heat with all the other big families. Maybe we should go there and make some real cash. And I'm just like, oh, he's not just retarded. He's like an actual like street thug with he has connections and hears things. He's such a small character. It's like, oh yeah, but he's like in this universe, he's like established, he's known, and he has his connections.
And
I think
he's not content with Vic, someone who was below him in the social hierarchy, paying him fuck off money.
Yeah. But I think he also very clearly is not respecting just how connected Vic is and how important it is that he does fuck off. Because it's like, I mean, you really can't bully me because, as you were saying, I work for a guy that's way more powerful than you. So how do you think this is gonna go, really? But he's like, oh, you're Victor, fuck you.
Yeah, because
I imagine he has an understanding of just how like in deep Vic is.
Yeah, he probably
thinks that Vic is like
grunt.
8-foot soldier. Yeah,
right. Not like his right hand man or something. Yeah,
the de facto consigliere of the Oz family.
The Oz family, I like that. But yeah, he's like, oh, I can't. If I bring you here, he's gonna kill you. Basically, it's like, oh yeah, why bring me to this motherfucker right now? Like, it's real uppity. He doesn't believe whoever this Oz guy is, probably not a big shot. Like, this is like Crown Point is my hood, right? So bring me to him. I'm gonna show him who's gonna kill who. And it's like, yeah, see, just bring me to him. It's like, oh, he's not gonna be around. Like, he still tries to like de-escalate. Basically, it's like, hey, he's just gonna be around for another couple hours. Like, oh, it's fine, I'll wait. And well, we're in the underground. He's like, what? And he turns around, gets his gun, and shoots him straight in the throat. It's like, ooh.
Yeah. Honestly, like, almost
really
a miss.
Messy.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, I mean, that, like, he actually got really lucky that it did hit his throat, because where he was aiming, like, that almost went clean, and he was pretty close, which means it's not 100% certain that he would have got that second shot off before it became a real problem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Always aim center of mass, everybody, but don't kill people.
Unless it's Squid, he's a bitch.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is a really, really messy death, and we hold on it for quite a while.
Yeah, you can see the blood splurt out. He's like gurgling, and actor doing a really fucking good job, just portraying like this first kill someone does, right? He goes like these different reactions, like, "Why'd you make me do that?" And then it's like, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
Squid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. He's like angry at him. It's like, fuck you. Like, you made me kill you. Like, why? Why did you have to do that? It's like, well, you pulled the trigger back.
Yep.
And Squid never would have expected that from Vic. I don't imagine.
No, he felt like he was completely in control.
Yep.
So, yeah, he just turned around and gets him fucking shot.
I mean, like, I think the ironic part is, had he actually led him to Oz and said, hey, Oz, this guy knows where your mom is, and he's been threatening to, like, use the heat to blackmail us. And, like, he would have been fucking dead instantly. Vic wouldn't have had to do anything.
Absolutely. But yeah, Sophia is going up to Eve because Roxy sent her there. And yeah, she just lets her in. It's like, oh, you don't look surprised to see me. And Eve just tells us like, well, I told Roxy to send you up because that's gonna save us both a headache, and gives her some easy money too. I was like, oh shit, she's like actually looking out for her girls, like they have their backs with each other. And before she just goes around and starts doing more trouble for the girls and the business, she was like, yeah, you know what? I told her to get her up, tell you to give her a bunch of money, and everybody wins in this situation. So yeah, good stuff.
Actual loyalty at play. You get to see an example of like actual loyalty mutually between the people in an organization.
Yeah, which is the culmination of this whole conversation at the end, because Sophia says like, well, that's something I will never have, like actual loyalty, which is like really cool. But yeah, she tells us like, oh, I found a drawer over there, and it's like, hey, where is he? And it's like, oh, he'd never tell me something like that. You know Oz as well as I do, Sophia. And she's like, oh, dressing like this, is this for you or your clients? And she's like, depends on the situation. This is kind of a fun little sentence. It's like, oh, has Oz ever seen this version of you? And she's like, yeah, a couple of times, but he doesn't really like it that much. It's like, oh, what does he like? It's like, it's not that complicated. He's not that complicated. Yeah, it's just like, oh, he's... What is this with him? It's like, he's the best you've ever had, destined for greatness. And Sophia points out, I used to lie to men like that, but you don't have to anymore. You have the power now, says Eve. And Sophia picks up, it's like, oh, you're pretty good at telling people what they want to hear. It's like, yeah, she probably is really good at that, considering
Super
her job.
Perceptive.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was great of Sophia to be like, yeah, you're doing it to me now, too.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so again, she points out, it's like, yeah, you have a drawer display, so you mean something to him. And she's like, nah, he won't come for me if that's your plan. And it's like, oh, not that kind of relationship. Okay, what is it then? Because he's probably going to pay you, so it can't be love. And yeah, the Eve points out, oh, it must be nice. You were born into opportunity, and you can afford to think in black and white. What I got with Oz is not just one thing. I know what he is, a liar, a narcissist, a killer. But we all got our shit, don't we? I mean, you certainly got yours. Nancy Hoffman, Yolanda Jones. Those women meant nothing to you. They were family to me. And Sophia's like, oh shit, you still think I'm the hangman? It's like, oh, he never told you this part of the story, huh? My father killed those women. Killed my mother. And Oz knew. He always knew. And yeah, he helped cover it up so that my father could keep killing the women, and then he used me as an alibi, let me rot in Arkham, and yeah, Oz could move up. And yeah, points out further, so I kept you in the dark about that, and if he hadn't, you would probably ask questions about him, how he knows. And why he would work for a man that murdered your friends. Oz would never risk that. It's like, yes, this is all true.
Yeah.
Like, we're cutting to the core of Oz's character a little bit more now, in terms of he's going to keep things exactly the way they are that best fits his fiction. It's not about any particular cause or idea or anyone else but himself. It's about the fiction. And he has to keep that, like... He has to keep it like inviolable.
Yeah,
at all costs.
Because the next thing she says, like, it's better for him isn't it? If you fear me. It's like, yep, exactly. It's most
her
usable for
thinking,
him.
Eve thinking that Sophia is still the hangman makes perfect sense as to why the second Sophia walked in there, she's like, okay, I'm dead. Like she was resigned to like, yeah, there's no way this lady is walking out of this room with me alive.
Yeah. And yeah. And but then Sophia also points out, hey, you were his alibi, so you knew. Obviously talking about Alberto. And she's like, I didn't know at first, but yeah. That's happened. And Sophia cocks the gun, and Eve immediately says, oh, so by the way, when you're done here, just leave my girls alone, all right? And Sophia's like, oh, you got me here so you can save the girls from the hangman. And then he's like, oh, but that's not who you are, right? And then Sophia realized, like, oh, you people protected you. They wouldn't give you up. And Eve just says, cuts both ways. They got my back, I got theirs. And then, as I already pointed out, she says, like, well, whatever I was born into, I'll never have that. And she starts to leave. It's like, yep, she's got actual loyalty, and that's something Sophia never got, as we very much established with their family. Her family fucking fucked her over bad.
I think she's probably got it from Julian at this point, though.
Got Sophia asking all sorts of questions now, though. Because her fresh start is nowhere near as fresh as she probably would have liked it to be. Because, yeah, she's still embroiled in the same systems that mean she will never have that sort of mutual respect and loyalty.
Yeah, it's
and it's not framed to do so, but yeah, it should also make you start side-eyeing Oz quite a lot more, because loyalty to him is always subordinate to making sure that he comes out ahead.
Yeah, well, with Eve, she did this so the other girls don't get in trouble.
Yeah. For Oz, there is no greater cause than Oz himself, pretty much.
Oz wants to benefit Oz, and that's basically it for him. And, then Eve says, Crown Point by the zoo, you deserve your shot. But where you got the information, it'll stay between us. And, yeah, so now she knows where to go to find Oz or wherever else is there. Good stuff, good stuff. Really like this conversation. It's good stuff. That's why I went through that one line by line, because there's was a lot to unpack there. It's good stuff. We go back to the base of operations. Like, yeah, look out for all the things. Whatever happens tonight, I don't want the beer spilled. Blah, blah, blah. He's just doing his penguin business down in the sewers. And Vic arrives, and Oz realizes pretty quickly something is up. It's like, hey, you good? And it's like, yeah, I'm fine. It's like, hey, what's up with you? Is it the guy? What happened? And then he realized, like, oh, he fucking shot him. Because he just asked, like, did you get away clean? And he's like, yeah, I think so. It's like, hey, don't worry. You've done the right thing, protected who you care about. There's, like, another scene where I'm just like, okay, so you do care about Vic, right? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, like, honestly, on first viewing, I think it's totally reasonable to assume that the answer to that is just a flat yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think I'm happy to say that Oz 100% does care about Vic, but everything in his psychology is filed as subordinate to Oz's fiction and making sure that, like, Oz is well taken care of and gets what he wants. So, like, no matter how sincere those beliefs are, when push comes to shove, he will sell out anything for himself and this idea of himself that he's trying to present.
Yeah, even just to mitigate risk to his ambition.
Yeah.
Yeah, he even like gives him a little hug and stuff. He says like, "You've done the right thing, protected the ones you care about and stuff like that." And normally in the if this would be like in another scenario or something, it's like, oh, like killing is always bad, doesn't get easier, or I hope you don't have to do this again. He just says it gets easier. It's like, man, you suck.
We know the business that you're in, I guess.
It's such a Oz thing to say.
I
Yeah.
do very much appreciate how relatively quickly he noticed and put two and two together as to exactly what Vic had done.
Yeah.
I forget what movie they were talking about, but I was listening to the podcast that Quentin Tarantino and Roger Avery do together, and there was a movie they were watching where one guy's like, yeah, he's like, you killed a guy? Yeah, having a rough time? Yeah, I lucked out. First time I killed anyone, I killed 12 people. You can't feel about 12 the way you feel about one.
That's interesting. Never heard that one. That's fun.
I mean, like, it sounds fucked up, but then you think about it, you're like, yeah, I mean, I guess there would be something much more personal about it being like a one-on-one murder where, like, you saw the white in that person's eyes and watched it go out. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, I guess if you're, like, in a battle and you end up killing 12 people, it's hard to really get that connected to any individual one of them unless, like, one of them was, I don't know, hand-to-hand or something.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, he tells him to go home, rest, eat something, get himself cleaned, because he needs him tomorrow for work. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time. And then we get to the ending monologue of this episode, because Oz invited all the little mob people here, and they're all kind of on edge. Everyone has like their guns out, and he's like, sorry, I'm late to my own party, bad luck. And then he opens the trunk, and I was like, here, I got beers for everyone, just throws them around. And yeah, this is his rallying speech to get all the small mobs together to work. And he tells them that they have been eating shit while the big guys over on the other side of the bridge have been taking shit. So yeah, they've been eating shit while the other one's been taking shit. And Oz, knowing everything about the gangs, talks to everyone of them, like specifically what they've done to get what they've done and what they have to do to get respect or just get by. Like their ancestor building the bridge, and they don't even know the Sullivan's name for that. Like, it's not called the Sullivan Bridge or anything. Like, all the big city crooks, as he says, hate each other, but they know if they work alone, they are nothing. So they rather work together instead of having nothing and get shit done that way. And he then also tells them, after Zhao is like, you're just working for yourself. Like, what are you doing here? Like, you probably fucked over each and every one of us as far as we know the Penguin. And he tells him, like, yeah, everything you heard about them is true. I killed Alberto. I killed the other guys. Everything you heard, that was me. And you know what? That's fine. I'm also just a poor kid from the east side who got something to prove. I was hustling. So you're going to be with me and take over Gotham, or what are we doing? And everyone slowly starts to agree, open their beers, and even Zhao at the end is like, you know what? That's actually not a bad idea. So yeah,
everyone's on board with eating the rich.
Yeah,
nice.
Eat the rich. So yeah, they know in combined numbers they have a chance. All of them on their own, they're just gonna stay small, and yeah, they're gonna brace the storm together, and nothing is gonna go wrong from here. They're not gonna leave him by the side as soon as something goes wrong. That would be really mean of them.
Once again, the criminal underground working on the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
No particular love for each other, but we hate those guys more.
We hate those more. They have all the things we want.
So I'll work with notorious lying backstabber.
Yeah, it's
get at them.
Because as we already know, like the Zhao guy, like their family has been thrown out of the drug business and just been delegated to Chinatown or something. So I think if I understood this correctly, in the past they were like a much more big syndicate, but they just been thrown out by the Falcones back in the day. And yeah, again, Zhao just pointing out, like, he betrays everyone he works with. Alberto, Falcone, Sophia. There's no code and no class. And yeah, good stuff. And they all agree, and shit is about to happen. Woohoo! To taking back Gotham. And even has a little smile. It's like, fuck yeah, I did it. Everything's been going.
Everyone a bridge again.
Sorry?
You just sold everyone on some harebrained scheme
Yeah.
again. And it's pretty big time this time.
Oh yeah. Ending scene. Back in the apartment. You can see kind of Vic just kind of thinking, and you just see some blood on his shoe, and he's trying to get rid of it. And all of a sudden, the lights go on. Fucking Penguin, he pulled it off. We have electricity. The music is going, and Francis is kind of standing up, is doing a little dance. It's like, whoa, I love that song, woohoo! And everything points like, ooh, we're in an upswing, hooray! The Penguin did it. He's my favorite character. And then Vic and Francis have a little dance because everything is so cool and happy. And then the camera pans away from them, and we just see Sophia coming in with a crowbar in hand, in the middle, like, okay, shit is about to go down again.
Yeah, when this is a cliffhanger,
Yeah.
you're left wondering, oh god, Sophia with a crowbar in a room with Vic and Francis. What's gonna happen here?
Mm-hmm. Because she also looks at the mother, and she looks kind of like, oh fuck, like, am I gonna do this now? What am I gonna do here? It's like there's still some humanity left in her or something.
Because she thought that Francis would be dead, right?
Yes. Exactly. Yeah, right. She doesn't even know that the mother is here. That's right. Yeah, right. But I don't know why I didn't make the connection. Yeah, of course. She's like, oh shit,
yeah.
that's his mother.
Oh fuck, he was lying about that too.
Wow, what a
Yeah.
dingus. It's like when you know Oz for a while, and it's like, no way that he would lie about this. Like, I think I figured him out, and then something else comes like, this motherfucker, he did that too.
Well, I mean, I know he deserves no defense, but I suppose in his defense, lying about your mother being alive when you're this kind of like criminal trickster is probably actually a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he did it, right?
Like,
Yeah, it was a
yeah,
good move.
like, I mean, like she would have been exploited a long time ago with the kind of shit he's always pulling.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely diddly. Well, you guys talk a little bit. I have to take a little leak. I'll be right back.
I was actually kind of in a similar boat, but I'll wait till you come back. But yeah, so I don't know, Theo, what did you think of episode 6?
It's really good. It's hard to say too much more than that, but I think they handled the skip in time very, very well, is the 1st thing. It's really, really easy to jump forward in time, because do we ever get a clear indication of exactly how far forward we have moved? But it's got to be like months, right?
Well, I actually kind of figured that it was more like a number of weeks, because the power outage in Crown Point doesn't get resolved until the middle of this episode, and that would be the kind of thing that you'd figure would start becoming a problem for Oz and his mom relatively quickly.
Right.
Like, I can't see them spending 6 months in a place with no heating and power.
So
But,
a matter of weeks to small number of months seems
Yeah,
about right.
yeah. I think we're looking at like 2 months max, because when you consider like the operation they had to get going, really, if he has a few guys who he can pay to like clean the place up, a couple guys he can then bring in to set up the lab, and then begin the growing process for like fungus will grow pretty quickly in that kind of environment. So like, especially if you've got like ideal conditions for it and people who know what they're doing. So it was enough that they got some crops going and were managing to set up a supply chain with there's something as simple as just dirt bikes in underground tunnels, which were already there. So that doesn't require any like additional infrastructure other than, I guess, maybe like going through it slowly once. And if there's any major obstructions, clearing those. But other than that, like, tunnels are there.
I guess it's worth asking in that capacity. How reasonable do you think it is that they were not like that? Sophia and Sal have no indication as to how Penguin is doing what he's doing.
I mean, I guess pretty reasonable if like, because I'm assuming that the reason the underground trolley was abandoned, does he mention it? But does that have something to do with like the reclamation project that was sort of a big thing in the Batman movie? It's just like they abandoned those, because like I mean, those things are.
It was already abandoned when he was a child, right?
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess you're right. Well, okay, I thought it might have tied in there, but it might then just be the kind of thing that they're like, it's just not on their radar at all. Because like, does anyone really even think about the underground trolley tunnels? Like, at the same time, I guess then that kind of would beg the question of, would it not be reasonable that other criminal organizations would be like, hey, there's a network of tunnels that go under this entire city?
Yeah, the thing
that,
for me is just like the sheer level of resources that Sal and Sophia together should/would have at their disposal.
Mhm.
I wonder if in the ensuing weeks to small number of months, perhaps, that if they really wanted to, they could probably like have some kind of an indication as to how Oz was doing this. Maybe not a strong understanding, but
I guess though when it comes to logistics, it's like, well, I mean, he could be putting it on any number of types of vehicles. It could be people just on foot, and like the idea of being like, well, why would you go underground and have to clear all those tunnels if there's so many possible ways that you could do it just on the normal streets with
and I guess
relative ease.
he doesn't really abide by usual concepts of territory working out of the tunnels like that, so there's not an easy place you can go to just look for him or look for people to follow who are working for him, right?
Mhm.
I don't know if they'd even necessarily be able to ID Vic and his bike. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, like I guess clearly they wouldn't be able to identify anyone who clearly or who like very obviously works with Oz. But I mean, that would kind of be their only clue. It's like, well, I mean, we're not seeing any of his people out on the street. It's just all of a sudden these dealers have this product. How are they doing it? And like there's a lot of ways to transport goods, especially when you're not having to go through things like government checkpoints or anything like that, where you have to like present ID and like state your business.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty satisfied. I just remember it did hit me like, damn, they just have no idea, huh? I guess.
Yeah, I think again, like for me, it just kind of has to go on the like, well, if these are as effective as they are, the big question is why did like the Falcones and Maroni, why weren't they using these things years ago?
Yeah,
decades ago.
Did they just not know?
Do they know?
I mean, I guess that's I suppose
they're wealthy, right? I guess they don't know.
Yeah, or maybe like they just figured that like even if they're there, like what would be the odds that you'd be able to restore it into something that's functional when realistically they had pretty good operations above ground anyways. So the question would be like, why do that? And I think the only reason for the why would be if you're a small operation that's trying to sneak around all the big boys without them noticing. So it just might not have been on their radar.
Works for me.
Works for me. Well,
okay, now
episode 7, flashback.
Yeah, you can start episode 7. I will be back shortly.
Oh, okay. Good. Well, we got big old flashback time. This is the Oswald and Francis flashback flimbus. And I guess you guys can just stop me whenever, but I'm just gonna go through these because this is just another flashback that's just matter of fact. This is what happened for a while. And it's the day the brothers died. And we kind of just follow them around through the day. Frances is working Forex. She does like the books for him. And you can see good old Cobb here. He's a bit of a mummy's boy.
He doesn't like it when the others get attention.
No,
and he doesn't.
Not at all. No matter how small it is, because they come in at some point. They like play around as they're zombies, and it's kind of interesting to see because she's like, "Oh, you're in trouble now," and he's like, "Ah, yeah, look at these fools. They get in trouble with mom." But she's actually just playing around. It's like, because now I'm the zombie mom. You're gonna get eaten, and they're all just having a fun time goofing around, and Oz is just like annoyed. It's like, I wanted the attention. I'm way more important.
Also, the sort of thing that he wouldn't necessarily be able to participate easily in because of his leg.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. Just hobbling around. But yeah, they do that, and he's like annoyed. They're like, they're playing around. That's like he even like shoves aside Benny at some point because he doesn't have like a direct line of sight to his mom, I think, which is like, damn, this is just a little bit obsessive.
Yeah, a little bit obsessive and possessive. He's Maybe not the kid you might have expected.
But yeah, Franz is like, hey, Jack, take your brothers out, go out for a while, need to work in peace. Also, make sure Rex gets his book here. And it's like, okay, we're out to the streets, just hanging around. And they're just walking around, and we see the chariot, Rex's chariot, a golden car with white leather seats. And Oz like, whoa, this is awesome. I love this car. Rex is around. He's my hero. And the first thing we see Rex do is throw a guy out of his own shop or something. It's like, oh,
what a hero.
He's not that much of a hero. He's just a gangster.
He's a gangster. An old school gangster, and this is what they do. And the really interesting thing they did here that I'm very glad they did is Rex pays like basically no attention to Oz in this scene. Completely brushes him off.
Oh yeah. Because the older brother, because he's the older brother, friends would be like, yeah, can you do this? Don't let your younger brothers do the thing. And he realizes like, yeah, this is just like trouble. He's like kind of terrified of him. Mm-hmm. He's like, oh, here's the thing. It's like, oh, stay here with Benny. Ma don't want you too involved in this. But yeah, he's like, he's doing the gangster charming thing, but I think Jack is like not buying it. He knows what's up. Like he's old enough to understand like these guys are trouble, and the only reason they're not after us is because Mom works for them. So yeah, he gives him the book, and then he gives him $50, and Oz's like, whoa, $50? Can I see that? That's crazy. And you can see like the, I don't know, admiration towards Rex. It's like, man, I want to be like that guy. Like he seems to have things going on. And yeah, as you said, the Rex is not really paying attention. He's like, hey Rex, nice to see ya. He doesn't even respond. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Some kid, whatever. I don't know why he would respond necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, wow, we can. It's good. They mentioned Double Dragon here, which is kind of fun. We can go to your arcades, play Double Dragon forever with those $50. It's like, no, I'm gonna give this to Mom. And he's like, oh man. But yeah, rain is coming. It's like, ooh, we should go play flashlight tag. It's like, yo, flashlight tag is my favorite game. And yeah, they go to the underground trolley system. It's like, oh no, what happened here? And it's fun when you go through it the first time. It's like, oh shit, I wonder what fucked up like accident happened. Because at this time, like even with all the things you've seen, you don't expect what fucking Oz does here. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, you're expecting some accident, probably.
Yeah, an accident, something happened that he can't save them or something. But yeah, they go down there, and yeah, they have like flashlights prepared here, and it's like, Oz, you're doing the. You're it first. We're gonna run around, count to 10. Obviously, he doesn't count to 10 because he's a little fucker. He counts like 5 and then goes immediately.
Bastard.
Yeah, and his brothers, they're little pranksters, little goosters, because they hit somewhere where he has to climb down, which obviously for him is not that easy to do with his little hobble leg.
A little bit fucked up of them to do that. But
yeah,
they get like half of a pass because they're children and they don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, he finds them. It's like, oh, screw you guys. Like, oh, you know the rules. Come down here. And he slips and almost falls. Like, oh, screw you guys. Fuck you. And then he goes back outside and like, oh, I'm sorry, Alice. We come up and we start again. And yeah, it's like, oh shit, like something is gonna happen here, right? Some stupid accident. Well, it's worse. They as I said, they tell him to come down, catch them, as is the game's rules. He almost slips, says screw you. Jack apologizes, tells him we can start over, and Oz fucking closes the big door and leaves.
Character traits we already knew about, him being like indignant and impulsive and easily angered to violent action, that sort of thing from episode 1 even. completely recontextualizing his character in a second.
Yeah.
Now that we know some more context behind who he was as a child and where those sorts of feelings took him.
Yep.
Love it. Great choice.
Absolutely. And even at this point, it's like, oh, he's probably gonna scare them a bit, and then he probably tries to go back and open the door, and he can't get it open or something. No, he goes home and chills with the mom, tells her that they went to see a movie, and he didn't want to watch it, so he came back home so they can watch their own movie. And we get the scene where we cut back and forth between Jack and Benny screaming for help, and we know this is like the water drainage system or whatever it's called, like the overflow, right? That's what it is.
Yeah.
Getting more and more full. It's raining buckets, and we cut it between this and Oz just cuddling with his mom and having a good time watching a movie, until we cut to them one last time, and there's no screaming anymore.
You can see water spraying out of like the top of the door, I think, right?
Yeah, it's completely full. It's full to the brim.
Effective way of showing that. I appreciate the imagery of that a lot.
Yeah.
And I also really appreciate them cutting back and forth between these, because what we're seeing is what Oz is getting out of this.
Yeah.
He has his mum's attention all to himself.
Completely to himself, yeah. And that's like, he looks like outside once, and it's like, yeah, okay. And then just goes back to the movie. Like, there's not a glimmer of remorse. Like,
yeah,
he's a vile little fucker. Like, he's evil.
I'm willing to extend, like, the ever so slight olive branch that he probably didn't realize they could die, but at the same time, he's not even thinking about their safety. That's, like, the furthest thing from his mind.
Absolutely. Yeah. And now he's been like this since he's been a child, and now you probably wonder, oh, how did the mom take all this? How did we go there? Don't you worry, we'll get to that as well, because you would think this is gonna be some very tragic reveal to her, and she's then be like, oh, I can't believe you've done this. You've been keeping this a secret for me this whole time. Well, that's not what we're going towards, but yeah. It's It's fucked. He killed his brothers.
Which makes like, this is where we really start like tearing down the facade around the man, because this means every time he talks about his brothers is completely warped bullshit, because he is the one who killed them. City didn't kill them, he did that.
Yeah, not the city took him, he took him. It's like, Jesus.
I mean, I guess technically it was the city architecture that did the job.
And he took him because he got really mad because they did something a little bit fucked up to him, and he decided to kill them for it.
Well, I think
not
more
consciously decided to kill them for him, but go on.
More fundamental, I think, than the little fucked up thing is I think he knows that with the two able-bodied, full of potential brothers who the mother seems to just absolutely adore, he'll always just be the weak cripple to him. And that was unacceptable, and I think he was like, yeah, no, there's no way that I'm always going to be playing third fiddle to these two.
Yeah, from the way everything's framed around him, like Rex barely acknowledging him, like his mum like giving attention to the other two of them. You can see he's very much got a chip on his shoulder already, a very sizable chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, you got to watch those cripples.
They're coming.
Wait a minute.
They're coming for you. Well, as good as they can, I guess.
Ouch. That took me a second, too.
But yeah, back to the present. We see Oz arriving at their hideout, and he even is like, thank you, councilman, because the light came back on, and now his mom is nice and cozy. But he sees it's been broken into, and he's like, oh shit, gets out his gun. It's like, Ma, Vic, what's up? And he sees that Vic is laid out on the floor, bleeding. It's like, oh shit, Vic, what's up? And yeah, it's like he doesn't really know what's going on yet, and it's like, oh, Sophia took her. It's like, took her where? It's like, I don't know. And then he sees like, oh shit, Sal is arriving. He's here to get Oz, obviously. Yeah. Remember when we talked about urgency earlier? We have more of this right here. Because he wakes up Vic, realizes Sal is arriving. He tells Vic to go away, do something. He's like, oh, what about you? It's like, screw me. They have Ma. I need to face this head on. You just go, talk to the Dryads and all the peoples. Get me an army. Just get me an army. We need you to do this. And yeah, he's off. Vic is going away, and then Sal arrives. It's like, hey, Sal, and he still has the golf club. And just punts him in the stomach. But yeah, he just kind of beats the piss out of them. Oz doesn't even resist. He gives the gun off. Sal's furious, beats him with the golf club from Oz's apartment. And remember how I said with the whole gentleman stuff and whatever? Yeah, Sal tells that him. Remember? You told me it's nothing personal. Family's gonna be alright and all that stuff. Like a gentleman, you looked me in the eye and said that, oh, your family won't be hurt. Which obviously didn't happen. And he just tells him, well, you will get the same deal. And they take him away. It's like, ooh, that was a good burn.
And we have Oz doing his first self-sacrificial act. Look at him go.
Whoa. Right after we saw him...
sent Victor away.
Yeah, which is interesting that they show this right after we saw his backstory or background. But yeah, he's terrified for his ma, like legitimately, because if one thing is true, the fixation on for his mom, that's very real.
Yes.
So yeah, he's like, oh, let me talk to her, and yeah. Now we get to the conversation with Sophia and Francis. This is the scene where I realized how great the actress of Francis is, and going back and forth with the illness. It's quite great. But yeah, Sophia gets a call that they have them, and she asks Sal if he's feeling better. It's like, yeah, but it's not enough. I want to kill him. It's like, oh, don't worry, we'll kill him soon enough. Just bring him here. And yeah, then she talks to Francis, and she is like all the way on Oz's side. It's like, tells her how he knows everything, that she knows everything what's been going on, and honestly, she's kind of a badass here. It's actually kind of awesome. I love it. Like,
I mean, this is the version of Francis that Oz wants her to be all the time.
Yes. You can see her arm is twitching because of her condition. And Sophia does like a burn here that she doesn't even realize because she asks if she's nervous. It's like,
maybe I was wrong about her not twitching. I guess I wasn't really picking up on that.
Yeah.
Like, maybe she does have like the mix of the
Louis body.
Yeah, Louis body, Parkinson's and dementia.
But yeah, Francis just is like, hey, how did you end up here then? Blah, blah, blah. And Francis is like, oh, you know what? He's always 2 steps ahead. He's been scheming and planning since he's been cleaning up the Carmine messes and the Falcone messes. And you know what? Also, your house. Oz has always been talking very big about this house and how nice it is. But you know what? It's actually kind of trash. Has no personality. It sucks. Are you afraid of colors or something? It's like, she's just roasting the shit out of her. She's fucking fearless. I really love it. It's like, oh, you changed your name. Like, that changes everything. Drubs, meth, bliss, whatever. Drugs are drugs. Nothing changes just because you changed your name. Because you're a Gigante now. And yeah, just roasting the shit out of her. It's really awesome, and I like it a lot. But then Sophia asks if the brothers are actually dead, or if they're also locked up somewhere as well. It's like, fuck you, don't talk about my boys. And that basically triggers her into the Alzheimer mode again, or dementia mode, or something. And yeah, the way she switches to that is fucking, it's great.
Yeah,
because he's like,
award season. Keep an eye on Frances for best supporting. Like, she's really good.
because she all of a sudden, why would you? And then she just kind of stops and is like, you can hear that too, the rain. It's like, what? And Sophia's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, her face says everything. It's like she's so fucking confused. It's like, what's happening? And yeah, so she said, oh, can you hear the rain too? It's like, oh, the boys are gone for way too long. No one's seen them at the movies or the arcades. And why are you not scouring the streets for them right now? That's what you hear too. Jack is 15, Benny's 10. And it's like, oh. Like, Sophia just kind of approaches her. It's like, oh, shit, like, something is up. That's, ooh. And, it's like,
and I think that what's kind of neat is it seems like almost right away Sophia sees this as like, oh, this might be it.
mm-hmm.
This might be the thing I can use.
Yeah. And then she kind of, I think she's like kind of starts to wants to embrace her a little bit, puts like her hand on her shoulder, but she just turns around and slaps her across the face because she snaps out of it. But yeah, that's something she's probably gonna use very soon. Not probably, we know she does, but yeah. Love that scene. Love that scene. Might be one of my favorites in the whole show. It's it's very, very good.
Yeah, two very, very good performances. Like dealing with some pretty complex and also kind of heartbreaking material in a lot of ways. Like it's really rough. And also it serves the story quite well, and it gives both of these women a chance to do two different types of multi-layered performances. Yeah, the show is a good show.
Yeah.
Good television.
Also, just a lot of small facials Sophia does, which is like, oh shit, what's going on here? They do just a really good job of using just shots of faces to convey the emotions and what they're thinking. It's just like, yeah, just show their face, and you know what's up. Go ahead.
I really like too when Frances slaps Sophia, the goon like almost comes and like does something to Frances, but Sophia immediately like puts her hand on his chest, like no.
Would be funny if he would just
all
fucking
of this was okay.
Tackled Frances to the floor. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Like just body checks her right through the window.
God damn. But yeah, very, very good. Then Julian is back. He's like, hey, I have a friend in the place where Gia's been held, and you know, she's wanting to talk to the police because she says she might have seen something. And Julian's like, you know what, I can take care of her for you. And Sophia's like, no, I'll do that myself. But you know what? You can go talk to Frances and do your crazy voodoo magic and get some information out of her.
Yeah, I guess there's a bit of a logical jump in Gia being the one who's got the information for the police, and because I don't think a kid would have the wherewithal to hold it. Like, I think she would probably just immediately say, yeah, like my aunt Sophia, she had a gas mask in her bed. Like, I think she would say it right away. I don't think she would be like, yeah, I want to talk to the cops. Make sure it's one that's not being paid by my aunt either.
Yeah, that's a good point. That she would just tell those people.
Cousin? Yeah, I'm actually not 100% sure.
But yeah, that's what's going on. We go to the Pengu base, and Sal and the goons are here. They're gonna shoot the guards, and they go through the Blitz operation.
Yeah, I mean, they kick it off with just killing like a few people right away, to the point that I'm actually kind of surprised that they stop.
Just shoot everybody.
Well, I mean, really though, right? Like, I mean, especially if you got a bunch of people that are working there who do not have guns. Like, the only thing those people can do is make this plan fuck up. So if you're gonna kill a few of them, why not just murder them all? Right?
Well, I guess he wants to use them to work for him, right?
Oh yeah, I guess that's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Do a little stretch and yeah, basically he wants Sophia's drugs back, and then he just gonna use this operation later for himself or something. And yeah, he's also just kind of looking around, trying to figure a way out of this, and then he sees the open fuse box that we've seen been worked on, and there's one guy right next to it. Still, it's trying to like pry and prod to maybe like get a deal out of Sal. It's like, oh, why are you talking about the Falcones or Gigantes? Like, after everything they took from you, he's just trying to do this stuff. But Sal's like over this. He's not doing any deals with.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think once you burn the guy's wife and son, he's not going to work with you ever. So I kind of think Oz knows that, and he's just trying to buy some time.
Yeah. And just basically tells him, yeah, we're gonna get you to her house, and that's where you die. And then he looks at the guy next to the thing, and the guy nods at him, realizes what Oz's plan is, and Oz is starting to talk some mad trash.
Yeah.
It's like mentioning his wife. It's like, oh, the smell was awful, and oh, the hair, I didn't expect that. It's like, was she like wearing some special kind of,
a lot of hairspray
because she went up like a tinder box. And he grabs a fucking gas canister or something, and it's like, "Give me a fucking lighter!" Like he's about to fucking murderize him. And he nods at the guy. He rips out the cable. Everything goes a bit darker, and Sal is going after him. He's going into a little trolley, and we have a close and dirty fight scene. And and it's so simple, and it shouldn't be so crazy to mention that, but that happens a lot these days, and I say it every time. There's one gun. The first thing they do is fight over the gun and get the gun out of away from them. Because the gun is the most dangerous thing in this fight right now. So,
exactly, and the close quarters with as many elements like the seats and things like that the trolley has makes it reasonable and the darkness make it reasonable to assume that once that gun hits the floor, it would not be immediately easy to pick back up.
Yeah, because
it's not like it's always in view, and it's just like, oh, why aren't they both still going for the gun? It's like, well, you might try to look for the gun, and by the time you spot it, the other person might have bashed your head in already.
Exactly.
It's generally not the best idea to take your focus off the person you're fighting while trying to kill you.
Yeah, because Oz just throws it away to the other side, basically, of the trolley. I just really appreciate it. It's a real dirty, gross fighting scene. Like, there's some punches here, but there's also just a lot of grappling, because that's normally what happens when you get like in a scuffle. Like,
especially in close quarters like that.
Yeah. And there's like some jabs here and there. It's a very real fight. Like, he gives him some liver shots or whatever, and it's like, oh, something's happening. And then they do talk about blood pressure earlier on. That is coming to Sal right now, and Oz is confused. Like, hey, what are you doing? Come on, let's do this. He's like, come on, I'm ready to fight more. And he just kind of topples over, and he's like, what? So,
and like, I mean, what's crazy is like, with Sal being kind of a bigger, like stronger looking guy, you'd figure that, and like without a clubfoot also, you'd figure that he would like see the heart attack that happens as kind of a big win. But no, like, he's pissed. He's like, no, I was gonna get you either way, and I wanted to be able to talk shit. I wanted you to be bleeding out on the floor so I could tell you how I beat you. And then he does that, including doing the line he does in the Batman after the chase, like the "I got you."
Oh yeah, that's true.
So I guess that's like his catchphrase.
I got you.
But then I think what's kind of even more funny is after he's done with that, he shoots Sal a bunch of times, presumably because he doesn't want to tell people that he just died of a heart attack in the middle of the fight.
100%.
Yeah.
Because
it's really good. Like,
he's really frustrated. When he realized he just died of a fucking heart attack, he just goes like, the fuck? It's like, what? This is not... It's
partially because he also just doesn't believe it.
Like,
he's trying to, like, maybe if I shoot him, I'll believe that I won this fight a bit more.
Yeah, because he was
cardiac health robbed him of his victory.
Yeah. Fucking kill steal. But yeah, he's so disappointed. I find it actually amusing. He's like, "What the fuck? I can't tell this to people." It's like this is lame. I was about to just like, I beat you, Salvatore Maroni. He's like, what is happening? And yeah, as he said, he shoots him in the chest, takes his ring, and then throws him out of the trolley, presumably to make everybody see. It's like, see, I beat him. I shot him in the chest. I won. Because there's one I beat you, Salvatore Maroni, and that feels like the most real one, where it's like, yeah, I beat you. It's like, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Solid fight against one of the two antagonists.
I guess, yeah. But yeah, and then he talks to all the people in there. So I'm proud of you. Thank you. There's a storm coming, but you're the only people I have, so I need you to help me.
I wouldn't do the same for you, though.
No, absolutely not. And now we see Sophia going to talk to Gia. And this is going to be like a big turnaround point for her and what she actually wants to do next. Or in the future in general. She goes into this, because like Brookside Heaven Children's something. She goes in there and she has some flashbacks of Arkham because this is also an institution which she was brought into, and she's not a fan of that, obviously.
And it looks similarly rustic.
It does, rustic, yeah. It doesn't look super nice. I mean, it's not as horrific with like criminals everywhere, I guess, but yeah, it doesn't look nice either. Like they couldn't have at least like painted the walls like white and not like in a grayish blue. It's so depressing. But yes. Yeah, she's seen the gas mask. We briefly talked about this. As you said, might be a little bit of a leap in logic that she just didn't tell the police immediately what she saw and just withheld that information. It's just kind of weird. I would agree with that.
Well, I mean, especially waiting to give enough time and then agreeing to allow the person who she was effectively going to rat on to come visit. It's like, well, I mean, I feel like this kid would be a little sharper than that. Or, I mean, less sharp to just tell it to the first person she sees, not thinking that might be someone who Sophia's got in her pocket.
Yeah. And then the Gia asks, like, did you kill my mom and dad? Did you do it? And she's like, no. It was a terrible accident. I could never do anything like this. And just kind of looks at her arms. Is that she's been hurting herself. It's like, did you do this? And yeah, that reminds her of herself, obviously, when she was in Arkham. It's like, oh shit, that's not what I wanted for you, actually. That's a bit fucked. And then she embraces her and says, hey, this might be weird and sudden now and confusing, but you know, your parents and also the whole family, they deserve to die because they were horrible people. And wherever you end up and whatever you become, nothing this family could have offered you is what you needed, and they're not worth you hurting yourself for. It's like, oh yeah,
trying to talk to herself, feels like.
Yeah, that's true. Just some self-reflection, and also starting to realize, oh wait, I've just kind of did the same thing they did to me, because she goes outside and just kind of breaks down a little bit and starts crying. Because she sent her to an institution where she goes through some trauma herself now, and it's like, oh fuck, that's bad, okay? She's having, it's like, am I the baddie moment, I guess.
Left her with basically no one.
So yeah, that's where she realized, I should probably fucking leave. Like, I'm in this cycle of destruction, basically, and I'm not actually free. I mean, she says it later, she went from one institution into another and just plays the same games. And, like, everything Francis said to her is, like, just because it's a different name, nothing has changed. Like, you're still playing your father's games. We get a little bit more on that shortly with Julian. So yeah, good stuff. And then she gets a call. It's like, Sal, how you doing? It's like, Oz is like, nope, Oz is dead. I fucking killed him. And well, he's obviously trying to lure her into a trap because like, hey, I got the key to the kingdoms right here. Just bring me my ma, and you can have it all. I don't care. Just bring me my mother back. And when she talks to Julian in a second, apparently she agreed. We're like, oh, okay. But yeah, she knows it's a trap, so they're scheming something for themselves. Another thing comes that I just talked about because like, hey, I'm still playing my father's games. I walked from one institution into another one. Nothing's different, just because, as Francis said, change your name, thinking I'm doing something different, but actually I'm just doing the same thing, but in another skin, in another outfit, another name, whatever you would like to call it.
And fresh start was no fresh start whatsoever.
Nope.
Yeah.
She just did the same thing that her father did.
Funny enough, the actual fresh start would have been if she took all the people's advice and just did go to Italy.
Just went to Italy, yeah. I mean, I mentioned the last time we talked about the first 4 episodes, like all of them at some point were in a situation where they were about to leave this whole scenario. And now everything just spiraled out of control. It's I think it's an interesting choice that like Vic was about to leave, Oz was about to flee the scene. She had 2 options to just go to Italy. But they all choose to stay, which is interesting. But yeah, she's kind of freaking out, says like, oh, I can't really breathe. And Julian's like, hey, look at me. Your dad does not have his hands around your neck anymore. You like, what do you really want? What do you want? And she just says that she wants to be free. And also to let Oz feel incredible pain. Which I get, but I find just kind of funny. It's like, I want to be free. Also, fuck Oz. I want to fuck him up.
Well, I mean, I think that it's the old, like, one last ride thing, right? It's
yeah,
like, well,
yeah.
if I'm going to do one thing before I leave this life, it's going to be to make sure that guy pays. And it's like, well, famous last words, right? Like,
Yeah.
or I guess not last in her case, but like, famous last words before she gets in a very bad situation.
Yeah. But yeah, he basically wants him to suffer as she did. So we gotta...
Revenge is a dark path.
Revenga. Yeah, back with Oz. He wonders if anyone has heard from Vic, but that has not been the case. And yeah, they're just kind of getting ready for a big fight. It's like, couldn't ask for a better army. You're all I have. And it's like, hey, Zeke, you got something? It's like the guy doing the guard. It's like, yeah, there's a black G-Wagon coming up. It's like, that's her. Everybody out of sight. I find this funny because you later see shots where you can just see them immediately when you come inside. They do like a pretty poor job of hiding themselves, which is fun, kind of amusing. But yeah, this G-Wagon comes in, and they're doing another subversion here. I said the thing again. But,
No.
yeah, the G-Wagon stops. He's like, what are you doing? You get in here. And then he gets a call. It's like, I got your product, you got my ma, as long as she's okay. We're good here. And then she talks about, it's like, nobody expected me to come back from Arkham or even learn a couple of new tricks. There, and you know what? I left you a present, and yeah, he just goes in. He sees one guy running out of the thing, and yeah, this is like, yeah, I left you a present. I've been doing the same thing over and over again, as we already pointed out. That's basically what she tells to Oz as well, and I think I'm right to assume the first time we watched this, at least for me, we were like, oh shit, she just killed the mother and Penguin is gonna go on a fucking rampage in the last episode. I don't know about you guys, but that's what I was thinking, what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of the way she constructs it, right?
Yes.
By like she puts like a wig or something that's like the same color.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. even the music, the show, it goes like kind of sad, and you're like, oh fuck, what did she do to the mother? So just like the head there or something, and nope, they fucked with all of us. It's a fucking bomb with only 20 seconds left to go.
Yep.
It's like, Oz, what's in the car? And you can hear her talks like, there's enough to get away, I think. If you make it, come by and see us. And ironically, he has to hide in the sewer system, in the drainage thing where he killed his brothers to survive, which is like, I guess there's a bit of an irony going on here.
I love that he isn't saying shit. He just lets everyone else figure it out for themselves as he runs for cover.
I mean, like,
He's
that's
such
the thing.
a
I'm
dick.
just like, how hard would it have been to yell bomb and then run?
No problem at all. He could have just done
Like,
this.
There's no time. There's no time.
yeah, like yell
I'm just
bomb
doing what I
while
gotta
running.
to survive. I'm hustling, you know?
Jeez, yeah.
Yeah, he just.
So, this is a pretty big bomb, and I hate to bring this up again because I don't want his presence, but, you know, the Batman might be interested in this explosion that levels like a city block.
No, it's Crown Point. Batman doesn't care about Crown Point.
True, Batman's rich. He doesn't care.
Batman, did you hear about Crown Point? What is Crown Point? Where is that?
Poor people for me to punch there.
Yeah.
That's a meme, right? He punches out poor people.
Yeah, sure. poor people and criminals. Poor criminals. They
Oh,
basically,
you know, it's the mentally ill. Mentally ill.
Oh, yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah.
name. Yeah, because they go to Arkham.
Leave Joker alone, man.
oh man. And then we have another small flashback where, if you remember, he talked to Sophia at one point. It's like, yeah, at some point you just came out of her room all dressed up, and you went down dancing at the jazz club and celebrated our brothers. It was really nice. And this is basically what we see here. And they just have a little dance, and the mother is like, Francis is in tears, like, I can't do this alone anymore. You have to promise me you make something out of yourself and give me everything I deserve, right? Because I deserve a happy life, don't I? And it's like, don't you worry, Mom. I'll get it, and I won't stop until I have it all. And yeah, that's
I think almost every time I watch this as well, I kind of forget that that Francis is played by a younger woman in some shots, but then it just like eventually just goes to the other actress.
Yeah, that's in the last episode, because that's like the hypnosis thingy.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was neat.
Yeah, I like that too.
Because I kind of forget that it's happening every time until I see the younger woman. I'm like, oh yeah, shit. Like,
yeah, this flashback without context is like, oh, she's like kind of super scared right now. She doesn't know about it, or frustrated. She doesn't know about him killing the brothers, and she's like, you're like the last one I have left, so you gotta promise me you take care of me, because I can't do this by myself. And then we end the episode with good old Oswald getting out of the sewers. He survived. They have like a little bit thing where he has like the pressure on his ears that goes away at some point. He gets rid of it, and then we go back to full sound. It's kinda like, I always like when they do stuff like that. It's kind of neat.
tinnitus. It's what my mic was sounding like.
He's going around. He thinks he sees Vic there, but it's just another guy, and he's just trying to get his bearings. And then the detective man is back. He's like, "Hey, if it isn't the Penguin," it's like, "The fuck did you call me?" Sophia wants to talk to you, and just knocks him out again. He's such a weird presence on this show. Like every time, the two times he was there, he just carried someone to Sophia.
I love to imagine the orders that he got. It's like, okay, so you're gonna go in after the bomb explodes and see if the Penguin walks out, I guess.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, then he's probably dead.
And he hesitates again. He hesitates again. It's like, I don't really want to be part of this, and he just gives him drops.
Drugs,
It's like, okay, fine, I'll do it.
And if he's alive, hit him on the head real quick, and then bring him here.
While everyone is like busy getting people out of the rubble, he's just knocking someone out and drags them away. Yeah, it's just a funny scene to imagine. But yeah, we're on to the last episode. Those 3 episodes, they went by nicely. It's just a lot of reestablishing things and just good stuff going on. I guess it's nice to see, because the first 4 episodes did so much heavy work in establishing all of our characters that we can get a lot done in the second half without missing things, you know? I hate bringing back Arcane into the topic, but Arcane didn't do that well.
Yeah, like the economy of time in those 2 shows is insane. Like, because I mean, I guess a lot of things happen in that other show that we won't directly reference so that Theo doesn't get upset, but but
like,
it
I
seems
don't, like we don't get upset about this show.
Well, this one is just so much more dense with value.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It's like the things that are happening actually kind of mean more, even if they're not as varied as far as like how many events occur that are gigantic, I suppose. Even though, I mean, there are some pretty big events too.
Yeah, it's
seasons
more
of comparable
focused.
length. One of them has considerably more focus than the other. That's the key word, is focus.
focus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Man, Arcane sucked so bad. Goddamn.
Well, it's like triple the amount of characters too, and they were stuffing more than were in the first season too. This is just like, yeah, it's
so bad.
Yeah, it really
this one
didn't.
has the correct amount. Like,
Yeah, again, it just we put in the machinations in the first half so well that we can just pull all the triggers in the second half and just move along really, really nicely. Because now we get another flashback, but this time it's hypnosis. It's not actually a flashback, because we have the old actress here playing the young self, because it's not like a flashback. Flashback, it's Julian's voodoo machine or whatever he does. But yeah, we get Frances' side of the whole thing happening, and she gets a visit by Mr. Rex Calabrese, and he's all the things like, they were good boys, and hey, I really want to pay for their funeral, give them a nice little send off, and as Oz said, which we it's fun to see like all the things that have been said by Oz from the story, which ones are true and not. But this one was true, where he said she didn't want the pity, but that's apparently what she says. Like, I don't want any people to shove like tissues in my face and tell me it was like God's will. I don't need that to be able to mourn my boys. Like, that's bollocks. I don't want that. And Rex goes on to say, the teller's like, hey, Oz has been coming to the shop a bunch. He's been telling me you're barely looking at him. Like what's up? He needs you a little bit. And she says, like, you know, I realized he was a bit of a special kid. He needed a lot of attention, really needy, kind of annoying at times. But you know what? He needs a little extra care. Right? That's fine. I love my boys. It's fine. But she then says, I don't know if I can do that anymore now, knowing what he's done. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, and even Rex is just like,
what he's done. What's
fuck.
been going on. And she just puts down the flashlight on the table, and he's like, I don't know what this means. It's like, I like his reaction. He's like, that's a torch, a flashlight. Okay. And it's like, I got this out of his coat. He was with them. He didn't say a word while my boys were drowning, and yeah, he could have done anything to stop it. If he would have said a thing, they would have sitting with me right here, right now. And now he's got what he wanted, me all by himself. So yeah, she knew this whole time that he killed the brothers, which, like,
the mistake he made was just bringing that flashlight home. That was enough.
That was enough. And yeah, already it's like, ooh, how did she get all the way through here? What made her just staying with the brother? Was it just motherly love? It could be. That can happen. Looking the other way, and then we get like a big payoff later, where it's like, you know, I knew all along. I was trying, but you're actually a horrible person, and I don't like you. but we will get there. It's she's not as nice as you would like to think. Because Rex, shocked by this, still kind of sees the value of Oz because he's a gangster, and
well, I mean, and that's kind of what I was saying is that like Rex does actually kind of advocate for Oz here, at least for a moment. He's like, well, I mean, he's as dedicated to you as I would want the fatherless boys who come to me to be dedicated to me. So if you want, you can shape him into someone who could actually probably give you a life that you'd really want. Because clearly, he's up for doing some pretty dark shit.
Yes, because he's looking for loyalty, and normally they look for father figures with me, but he doesn't need that. He's got you, and you can use that to shape him. You have to nurture him and shape him, but he could do great things. And she's basically like, so you just want me to look the other way? And it's like, yeah, that, or you could let him go.
Yeah,
it's like, oh,
it's a soft way of putting it, but
yeah. And this is where the flashback ends for now, I think. No, wait.
No, it keeps going. It goes to the jazz club.
Yeah, it goes to the jazz club. Oh, well, I was thinking of the where she kind of comes out of it a little bit, but they go back. But that's in the jazz club.
That's in the jazz club.
Yeah. Because we dock on where we left off. What we did with Oz earlier, but it's from Francis's side, because now we know she's got two options: shaping him or letting him go.
And I think what's even more darker is that at this point, her plan is the let him go thing primarily. And it's really only what he starts saying to her that turns her around on it.
Yeah, because she asked, like, oh, so you would help me with something like that, Rex? I'm like, mm-hmm. And
with also being like Oz's best memory of his mom getting dressed up and saying, yeah, I've been sad for long enough. Let's go out to like the nice jazz club and we'll dance and it's going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
That was his mom basically setting it up so that he could be killed by someone and she'd have like an alibi.
Yep. That's I said earlier, this family is cooked.
Yeah, like, man.
Yeah, also the faces, like, because we've only seen him as like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go dress up, get my suit, that's nice. And then we get like a little extra shot going to her. She goes from smiling to not smiling anymore, just kind of breathing. It's like, yeah, I guess I'm about to tell Rex to kill my son. It's like, damn. And yeah, they're just kind of hanging out. And it's like, oh, look, Rex is here. And she's like, yeah, you know what? I've been so absent layly. He's going to drive you home later in his fancy car. You know what? I want to make this night extra special. And, God, Oz is such a little shit, dude. He goes on and he says, like, you know what? I miss them too. And just turns around and starts to smile. It's like, you little fucker. I want to punch you in the nuts. He looks pleased to be here. Like, not a drop of regret. And then he has like a little monologue going. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say it. Like, but then the monologue he launches into might be his first example of like lying, but then sprinkling some truth in. That's like really from the heart. And I think this kid does a really good job of like portraying that.
I'm actually kind of impressed with this
on board.
child actor. He's great. He's doing great. Yeah. But yeah, he says that he will. You know what? I will take care of you now. You know, it's easier with the two of them. I'm gonna make money. I have all these ideas and plans to make cash on the side, and you know, I've been noticing things. Like, I know when you smile, even though you don't really enjoy anything. I know when you think you smoke more, and he has been watching, noting stuff, and you know what? I will give you all that you need. I will do anything for you. I will get you like the nicest shit where people look at you and you have all these nice clothes. It's like, oh, she's important. I'm gonna make you that thing. Like, I will do whatever it takes, but put you in a big penthouse where you can see all of Gotham. Wink, wink. Put that pin in there. And you know what? Just don't give up on me now. And I was like, you little, I hate you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you said.
How consciously he is manipulating the fact that, hey, so I'm the only one you've got left now, so you know.
I was wondering about. Are we supposed to think he knows something is up? That he's in danger at all?
No, I don't think he does.
Nah, I think he
Probably
just sees
not,
that
right?
she's upset and he's trying to like.
There's something I was wondering about because he's been such a Weasley little fucker. It's like, is he? Does he know?
No, I think he doesn't know at all.
Yeah, probably not.
Like,
but yeah, well, there's all your context right now. He killed his brothers. She had two options: killing his own son, or raise him and nurture him to be some gangster guy that just gives her all she ever wanted. But
well, I mean, and yeah, like to be the provider that she lost with, I guess, first her husband and then her two other sons. So it's like, well, I mean, even Rex said that like this kid might have some real potential, even though he's a monster. But he could be your monster. He's never gonna hurt you.
Yes.
And that's how we get our explanation of why Frances eggs him on so hard. Why she's so invested in pushing him forward.
Yeah. If I look the other way for the horrible fucking thing you've done, at least make me have a nice life. The life I deserve. Deserve. And then he ends just like, come on, Ma, dance with me. Which is a thing he said to Sophia as well. It's like, it's much more fun to dance, or let's dance. It's like a thing he said a couple of times.
Seems to be sort of like related to trust for him.
You
trust someone, you dance with them, I guess.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. And then we end with a shot of Rex looking at her, probably wondering like, which part of the plan are we doing? And obviously we know how that ended up. But yeah, we have all the context. Like, seemingly everyone in that family after this happened was just like, let's do whatever is best for me. So yeah, cooked family. Back to the present, Vic arrives with the boys. He's got them all here, but it's too late. And when they see that everything exploded already, they're like, oh, well, Oz is probably dead. I'm going to go back home. And he's like, the fuck? He's like, wow, you're just a couple of cowards. Like, this was my neighborhood. Fucking look at it. Like, we can't just let them do whatever we want and fuck off. Like, we need to fight back at some point. And Link has, like, a curious face here. He's like, oh, interesting. Like, he's making some good points, actually. And this is like our first seed where Link is going to be an ally here in a bit. Because the other ones are basically like, fucking, what is he talking about? Like, why is he talking such big game? He's just a little fucker. Like, whatever. And then, of all people, Link goes up to him and just kind of punches him in the gut. And it's like, you got to know your place or you're going to catch a bullet and then you really don't matter anymore. Which, he's probably not completely convinced here yet. Of the plans, but he kind of saved his life here. I would think.
I actually think like in a weird way that I think this was actually Link like looking out for Vic. He's like, look, if you keep talking, they're gonna shoot you.
Yes, because he can hear something that he maybe believes in. Hard to say coming from Vic, but at the same time, him in his position, he's probably very used to the sort of things you have to do to not stick your head up enough to get shot.
Yeah,
and he's him passing on that wisdom, I guess, like the art of keep your head down so you don't get killed. And
or like
really don't matter.
Pick your moments, and right now you're in a situation where you don't have your boss behind you. You don't have any men behind you. You're just trying to convince a bunch of other crews to look out for your boss, and you're talking down to them.
Yeah.
Like, you got to understand that what you're doing right now is fucking insane considering your situation.
Absolutely.
But, like, I mean, there's plenty of shows that would just treat it like what Vic is doing is just totally fine and it would inspire them and that's it. Where it's like, no, like this this is not that show. These are not people who will just hear a pep talk and then jump to action.
Why would they stick their neck out like that?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, and now we get to the big scene between Francis and Oz, and I fucking love this scene. It's so good.
Yeah.
Because they're in.
This is effectively like the climax, even though there are like events that happen that that like I guess are sort of the things that actually like conclude the story. But this is sort of the big moment where there's the real huge confrontation where everything just is kind of laid out on the table.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go through this, and you guys can stop me whenever you want to interject. But it's there's a lot of things to mention here that are just fucking fantastic. Because yeah, they're for one, they're at Monroe's, the jazz club they danced for. Also, Oz, just push out the rug with your tongue. I have to mention that in the beginning because that's a thing that's. I think that's kind of Rags' fault because he keeps pointing it out when we see it in any movie. It's like, yeah, you're keeping it inside of yourself, by yourself. Anyway, not a huge issue with the scene. I just wanted to get this out of the way. Because Sophia starts with a little story where she and her brother. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, that's fine. It's God, my brain. They saw a bird feeding her children, but one of the children was smaller and weaker and didn't get the same amount of food. And then one day the bird attacked a bigger one, killed it, and tossed it off the nest. And the mother came back, but didn't punish the small bird, but still fed it and cared for it. And it's the craziest thing she has seen until that point, at least. It's like, oh, I wonder why she would tell that story. And
and even Oz's reaction is like, "What the fuck are you talking about birds for?"
Yeah, because Oz is furious. It's like, what is happening? It's like, you probably don't like the story, but follows up with like, you know what, you have the better one anyway. It's like, oh, you bitch.
I wonder if he has any inkling as to what she's getting at after that, or if he's like wrapped in too many layers of delusion to really understand.
Yeah, I'm on the wrapped in too many layers of delusion team. I think he was genuinely saying like, "What the fuck are you talking about birds for right now? Like, let my mom go."
I wonder if at this point in time he doesn't even see himself like as the weaker Link anymore because he's been working on this image for so long. That he's like, oh, I don't make the connection between that. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, she gets rid of the rug, and she's like calls her a psycho, talking about birds and shit. And you know what? Hey, she deserves to hear what you did to your brothers. And yeah, but he just keeps denying it. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're a fucking psycho. And yeah, he just basically keeps denying it. And even when she says that even if everyone knows, they deserve to get to be heard from the person who did it, basically. And they just go around. It's like the way he portrays all this. Like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like at this point, I was like, even though I had all the context, I was still like at the point. It's like, did she actually maybe make this up in her mind with the conditions she had? Like the way they play this in the scene just still made me wonder up to this point. Because he says, you done something to her. What the fuck did you do to her? And Sophia just keeps egging. I was like, oh, you pretend like you tell her everything, but you haven't told her this, like, at all. And wonders, like, why are you all so afraid of the truth? And, yeah, as I said, he just keeps denying it. And the way he plays it, I was legitimately wondering, it's like, wait, did they do something to her? Like, I was believing Oz. Like, I was on his side, basically. I was like, did they fuck around with her? Did he put voodoo magic in her brain? And
or like, you know, coach her into certain memories that maybe weren't actually accurate or whatever. But that's what makes the scene interesting, because watching I was like, come on, man, you know, right?
Right? And she also is like, oh, by the way, this was like the this was this was supposed to be your last night together before Rex is going to kill him. And like Oz's face is like, what? What do you mean?
Yeah. The guy who I've been talking about being like the best example of a gangster ever was gonna kill me? What do you?
Yeah. It just goes like, Ma. And Sophia asks friends like, was it worth it? And he just goes like, fuck you. And Daisy goes like, just I was like, was it worth it? And he goes like, Ma. Like, what? Yeah, was it worth it, or would you have preferred at this time that you would have let Rex kill him? Like, he deserves to know how you feel about him and how angry you are, all these things. And he just, none of them will budge. And she's like, okay, fine. I'll give you guys a little push. And we have like the little box cutter, the cigar cutter. And she's like, was it the left or the right pinky? And she's like, no, Sophia, don't do it. And she immediately goes like, it was the right. Like she wouldn't remember, right? And yeah, they put it on the pinky. And even now, he's not admitting it. He's just not saying it. Like she threatens to cut off her pinky. He doesn't say it. And like again, like at this point, it was like, did she make this up? Maybe this actually did not happen. Maybe he didn't kill their brothers. Like
the tension in this scene is so good because at any moment, what you'd be expecting conventionally is the moment where he breaks, right? He's like, okay, I did it. But it's never coming.
Yeah, he was willing to let them cut his mom's finger off.
Which is so telling psychologically about what's actually important in his mind.
Yeah.
She as a person is important. Her as validation for him is what's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you just, hey, you can, if you just say it, we can all take a breather. And he just goes like, "You fucking insane! I already told you I didn't do shit. I don't know what you're talking about." And even friends like, "God damn it, Oz, it's my finger. Just say it, you fucking spineless coward." It's like, and he keeps saying, "It's like I wasn't with them. I didn't do shit." And it's like it just goes back and forth. It's like the tension is crazy. Like she is the one who's like, just fucking tell him, you spineless prig. Just like,
it's her finger, not his. He's not gonna lose shit.
Yeah, whatever. She's got dementia. What does she need that finger for?
Yeah, and then she goes like, just say it. Tell her, I already fucking know. I've always known.
Yeah, it's like, it's so good.
Yeah, and then you have like Oz's face of realization is like, oh fuck, she did know. But as I said, he never says it. He never says a thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, wow.
He maybe says it with his eyes.
Yeah.
That Colin Farrell's managing to do under like 50 pounds of makeup, but like.
By the way, still, when you tell me this is Colin Farrell, I'm just like, I no, he's not. This is like another person. This is the fucking mask is just so good.
Yeah, there's probably 30 actors I believe this is before Colin Farrell. If I were to guess.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Be right back.
No problemo. Let's see. Where did my notes go? Come back, notes. Come back. Yeah, she's you just straight up, she says like, I know what you did to Benny and Jack. I always known. And he is like at a loss for words basically, and he just says lies. It's your condition. Like he's still, even after she said you're confused. It's your condition speaking. It's your disease talking, ma. And she just says, "Fuck you." And then she just goes, she's like, I hate you for what you did. She's going off of him. It's like, damn. I never stopped hating you. It's like, holy shit.
Because for him, like, copping to it would violate the entire idea of himself and his life that he's built up in his head. He can't do it. Like, it's buried so deep that he actually just cannot do it anymore.
Yeah. And even Sophia is like, you would have let me cut it off. It's like her face like disgusted. Like, you would have let me do it. You don't actually care for her that much. Not as much as you claim or think, at least. As like, yeah, it's like the realization on Sophia's face, like she actually can't believe it. Like, you don't feel a fucking thing, she says. It's so fucking crazy. And yeah, then Franz goes, and you know what? I had enough to give, Oswald, to all three of you. You didn't have to take them from me. Like, they were my world. Like, why the fuck did you do this? And then she gets up and goes into his face and says, "You're a waste of space. You're disappointment." Yeah, I just see it on screen. I wake up every goddamn day sick that I'm your mother. And it's like, god damn, dude.
All got to be probably pretty hard for him to hear, but
Yeah.
It just doesn't jive with his understanding of the world, because like this is the exact opposite of what he would ever want. He keeps his mother around for validation. That's her value to him, essentially. So this, yeah, kind of difficult.
Yeah, and then she outright says us, "You know she's right. I should have let Rex kill ya when I had the chance." And then she grabs a bottle, smashes, and stabs him in the gut. Which is like, holy fuck.
And there goes Rex. You know, his other like big dream, like idolized figure is like, hold on, you were gonna let Rex kill me?
Yeah.
Rex was going to kill me.
Yeah.
He modeled his whole like life project around Rex.
Yep. And
he
then
thinks he's emulating and like building towards what Rex had.
Mm-hmm. And yeah. This was the thing she did before she goes into veggie mode, basically, because right after she stabs him, she sees small Oswald Jr., the small version, and then sees like the dripping silhouettes of Jack and Benny, and she just has a stroke and falls over, and that's over for her. She's just lying there. And then Oswald's retard strength kicks in and just breaks the chair. And, well, to be fair, he gets a bunch of plot armor here. He doesn't get shot immediately.
Yeah.
Which, it's all right. He shoots the two guys, does a bit of suppressing fire to the other ones, gets out. He shoots the detective guy who's just doing some drops, steals a car, and then gets her to Francis to a hospital. Like, he's just carrying her on her shoulder. And yeah, that's up with that. And yeah, that's the big scene, and it's fucking great.
Yep.
Really, really good. So yeah, you learn what fucked up things are happening here. Not only did Oz kill the brothers in cold blood, he also seems to never admit it, weaseled his way out of getting killed by accident, basically. Which was... He learns that the guy he admired his whole life was... It said, "I can kill you."
Yeah, the two big people in his life, his mum and Rex, who's, I guess, kind of like a father figure to him in a way. They conspired to have him killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, talk about heavy shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have to feel sorry for him, though.
Yeah, I mean, also yes, but like, man, still pretty rough.
Absolutely, yeah.
As a thing to learn in your like late 40s, 50s, by the looks of it, or maybe like mid to late 50s, honestly. Like looking at him, but.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one in this scene had a good time.
No, no. Maybe Sophia, until she got shot, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, everyone kind of lost here.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this is my favorite scene in the whole show. It's fantastic.
It's kind of what I mentioned. Like, I think this is kind of the climax.
Yeah.
Like, even though there's still like half an episode left, and some good important stuff does happen, it's like this was the big scene.
Yes. But yeah, he brought her to the hospital, and they look out for her, and he just goes into a storage room after he steals a phone just to call Vic and tells him where he is, and he's like in the storage room and just takes stuff like the flesh stapler, I guess. Like
skin stapler.
Skin stapler, yeah. I like flesh stapler better. Sounds more cursed.
I was helping another medic at my work remove 35 of those from a dude the other day.
God damn.
Yeah, it was a really, really long stapled surgical.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty gnarly looking.
So yeah, he's in here patching himself up, doing a little disinfection action, and Vic is here, and he's like, yo, what's up? And it's like, oh, they got me. They fucked with Ma too. He doesn't tell Vic exactly what happened. He just tells him like, yeah, they fucked with us, but we got away. It's like, oh, give me one of these patches, blah blah blah, and he's like, hey, I did Oz. I tried to get them there, but when they thought you were dead, they just all left. I couldn't do a thing. I tried the gangs, everything. They left even after I told them to fucking get a grip and fight back.
Back the winning horse, right?
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, no, it's not you. It's not you. It's I got nothing else to give them. I have nothing to to offer. And Vic goes on his speech to us, which is really fun and interesting. And he's like, that's not true. You gave the people in Crumpoid some dignity. You gave them jobs, electricity. Like electricity, that's something no one even tried to do before you. And you gave them something to believe in. They believe in you. Like Link, for example. And he's like, yeah, but he's just a deputy. He's like, yeah, but we need those guys to do something. And he basically tells him to get his shit together and be him. And honestly, this show just whiplashes you with moments, because this is like a really wholesome moment all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It's like, show, what are you doing to me? Stop making me feel different things.
Well, and also, like, it's Vic kind of saying, yeah, like, guys like me are your key right now. The ones that aren't the ones in charge. If you, like, champion them, then you might have more people in your corner than you think.
Yeah. And yeah, it's a nice moment, because Oz acknowledges him. It's like, hey, that's pretty good. And it's also funny, because he asks him if he practiced that, and he just goes like, shut up. Yeah, it's like, hey, no, they're friends, they're homies. I can't wait to see them team of the future. Oz and Vic, 100%.
Of Vic's stuff here, you know.
6 seasons in a movie, Penguin and Vic.
Penguin and Vic forever. PenguinandVic.com.
Confidence to like give a speech like that with his stutter and whatnot. Yeah. Like, it's pretty intense.
Absolutely, and he fucking nails it, and he makes some good points as well. Like, he's taking all the things he's learned. You know, take up space, all that stuff, right? And he's just been gradually doing all these things, and even though Oz is like, oh, it's good. I mean, you need to work a little bit on the way you say it and stuff, but yeah, it was good. It's good stuff. And yeah, they're off to do their things. Oh god, this show's so good. We go to the Falcone. I almost said Falcone factory. She's like, "Hey, nice of you. You all are here." This is basically all the mob bosses from, basically all the mob bosses that Oz got together. They're just now in here, and she's like, "Well, I'm kind of sick of this bullshit. I'm gonna leave, and you can have all of this. At least one of you can. Whoever gives me Oz first, you get to have all my operations and resources, because I'm done with this shit. I'm through." And then, of all people, Link is the one that's like, "You want us to believe that you're just gonna leave all of this? Why the fuck would you do that?" And she just says, "Because I can." It's like, oh yeah, you could have way earlier already, but I guess you can now. And it's probably the smart move after everything she had happening. She gave the pain to Oz for now. She now just wants to kill him, I guess, and then just fuck off to, I don't know, Italy or whatever she's up to. But yeah, she went through. She realized now, it's like, yeah, it's time to leave. I have nothing to. There's nothing here for me anymore. I'm just going away. And she's offering everything to whoever can get Oz first.
The old message that Gotham itself is evil, and the only winning move is not to play.
Yeah, pretty much. Now Oz's plan is, well, time to do some crazy shit and use all the chess pieces on the board to move them in a way that helps me, basically. Because he goes to City Hall to talk to the Hayden? What the fuck?
The politician guy.
Yeah, I wrote Hadym. That's definitely not the name.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you the guy's name, honestly.
I said it earlier. But my brain just is bad. My brain is bad.
And the guy's in like
Haiti. There you go. It's like 4 rows down. I wrote it properly. Anyway, before that, Vic gets a call from Link. It's like, hey, they're doing a bounty. We need to do something, but we need to do it quickly. At this point, they're still like, oh, is he just using that trust for himself, or is this gonna be a trapperoonie for someone else? I guess we'll find out. But yeah, he's like in the big hall, and he talks to him saying, what the fuck you want, Oswald? I did everything you can do. And just like the thing where he's just like Penguin takes the hammer and goes like, oh fuck, it actually works. Anyway, you're gonna come closer, or I don't want to yell at you. But yeah, basically he tells Haiti, hey, you know Crown Point blew up and people want answers and point fingers at people, and they probably all point fingers at you because you're the council. So how about I give you someone to point at and someone to love? And he tells him that if you go down dig it in Crown Point, you find a bunch of dead Falcones and Maronis, because this was the biggest drug operation in Gotham, and Sophia Falcone blew it up because it was run by the Maronis. It's the same old story with their families being at war. Got a crazy bitch coming out of the loony bin, going on a murder spree, burning their wife and son, blow them up, and yeah, you would have all the answers, can put all the figure... Fucking... Sorry. Yeah, with this you have all the pieces, you can point somewhere, you have all the information you need to give them someone to hate, and you can put all the figuring of this out on your shoulders and write this all the way to the top. And in return, I will be cleared of all the connections with Carmine, because the mayor-elect, Bella Royale, is making a anti-corruption council. And if he's going to be clean as a whistle, as he puts it, he won't be coming up on these sheets, and he will be off free, basically.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, these people can write, I guess. It's just so cool, because it feels like the writers looked at the thing they have created and were like, okay, what would Oz do with all this information on the board right now? Put the pieces together to benefit him, and if you put them all together in your own brain, it's like, oh yeah, this is like all super fucking plausible the way he says it. And
I love it as an acknowledgement that his existence has to continue like past the end of the show The Penguin.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Like he's still going to be living in Gotham past the end of whatever story this show like cooks up, presumably, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to actually make accommodations for that, and to get him to a position of being like, yeah, high on the ladder in Gotham, ideally as well. And good manipulation of the information present to make all of that happen.
Yeah, it's really really good setup for him being able to get out there, because obviously the councilman is like, yo, that sounds actually really nice. I'll take it. And I fully believe that it's like, okay, he has all these things. If we find the bodies, I mean, we don't know if this is like 100% how this turns out, but this gives us all the pieces we need for him personally to go up the ladder, but also for the population. Like, oh, this has happened, and this is like, because this is a rivalry with history in Gotham, so it's so super plausible that this happened. And then obviously Sophia coming out of Arkham, going on a murder spree because she wasn't there for 10 years and going fucking nuts. It's like, yeah, I see that happening too.
The public would buy it too.
Yeah, it's a win-win basically in terms of everyone in this room here right now.
And I really love that there's no way that the writers would try to tell us that this was his plan all along or anything.
No.
Because there's so many moving parts that would have had to go so specifically for us to buy that. So it isn't just like, oh, he's this super genius that planned this all out and it went according to plan. It's just like, no, he's very good at improvising.
Yeah.
Like very, very good at improvising.
He's very good at spinning plates.
Yeah. I like how the last thing he says to the guy is, clean as a whistle, pal. They're pals now. Set up in the first episode. Let's be pals on the ladder.
And then they were pals. Incredible.
A setup and a payoff. Yeah, good stuff. It all comes together very nicely. And then he goes outside and it's like, oh man, I fucking pulled it off again. I hope nothing goes wrong now. And it kind of looks like something does go wrong, but hey, actually, it kind of works out for him.
Yeah.
Because he goes down, he sees that Vic is gone, and he sees Link and his guys. It's like, get in. And you think like, oh, fuck. The way they portrayed here is like, oh, something went wrong again. He's getting captured now. God, how is he gonna get out of this now? But before we see what happens, we see Sophia starting to pile shit on the bed from in the Falcone family's house. And she just starts pouring fucking alcohol everywhere. After she gets a call from Zhao, it's like, we have Oz. And it's like, ooh, nice. That was quick. And it's like, well, congratulations, Mr. Zhao. Well, I was about to pack up my shit. Let's meet at the hangar where my plane is, and then we can talk there. And then we just have like a 2 or 3 minute scene which just goes around and sets shit on fire, burning her past, if you will.
Yeah. With I guess a bit of a reference to the Batman soundtrack that has Something in the Way by Nirvana. This is a cover of
Right. That's true.
Putting it all behind her.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad she's finally get to be free. Nothing tragic is gonna happen to her.
Good for you murderer.
You murderer. You fucking psycho. But yeah, she burns the whole place down. I just kind of imagine all the goons here. It's like, could I have had that, please?
Yeah. Hey, what? I'll buy you the house for $350.
$350. But yeah, she goes in the car. She's all packed up, and they're on the way to their hangar. And she's kind of looking out the window. She's like, "Yay! I won. I did a winning game. Wow, this is going great for me. Nothing bad is gonna happen." And Oz is here, and she's like, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. This is awesome." And then she sees Oz having a little grin. And then she goes from grinning herself to this face. This is the real moment she realized, fuck, I lost.
Yep. Like, oh, god damn it, he's still being sneaky.
It's like, shit, he's got me. I don't know how the fuck he pulled it off, but yeah, he's got me. It's like, this is the moment she realized that it's Jover.
Like acceptance almost. Just like, yeah, that's it.
There's this grin. And she goes like, Mr. Zhao, and then he gets shot. The other goons with Zhao get shot. But yeah, Link is the coup master. She gets disarmed as well, and Oz is like, "Let's go for a drive, we two, shall we?" Yeah, she lost.
Well, and I mean, like, the idea is that he won with an alliance of the Vicks, essentially.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He pulled all of the downtrodden together, and
it's so Zhao is happy for the win and even jokes, but it's like, oh, you're gonna throw him off the over the Atlantic and see if the penguin can fly, and she's like, ah, yeah, we're all having fun here, and then she realizes she lost. It's like, oh. And and during the drive, they just kind of talk on the way, and I do like, it's like another small little thing. I like how she checks the car door if it opens up, but he locked it. It's like, it's a small little detail, because you would try to check that, because as far as she knows, she's on the way to being just fucking killed. And she wonders how he got Link to turn, of all people, and it's like, well, they needed a shot. They were sick of being overlooked. And while he's telling her that, we see all the old leaders being killed by their deputies or second in command or whatever they call it. And I guess we got a new generation of mob bosses on the rise, because they were all sick of the old people overlooking them and not doing a thing. And they're all thankful for a shot granted and realized by the mighty Oz. And Sophia says, "Oswald Cobb, man of the people." And he's like, goddamn right. He finally is Rex Calabrese in his mind.
Yeah.
It's it's quite cool, I think.
you tell she I don't remember the line that she follows that with. It's like, that's what you've got to tell yourself, something to that effect, right?
That's what you need to believe.
That's what you need to believe, right? Yeah, very good line, because she understands him pretty well at this point. They've had a lot of time together, and she gets he's got a fiction in his head then that has contorted his entire life around it. Yep.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I just keep saying it because I love this show. It's so nice after Arcane. It just feels good. But they arrive at the water near the bridge, and he tells her to turn around. And she's just kind of still trying to hang on. Wonders if his mom already told her she loves him yet. But he just says that she will go to hell. A sick fuck like her. It's like, man, he's still playing that game. And I really like the shot they do here, because he makes her turn around. You're going to hell, and he does not mean the biblical hell. Because we get like a close-up of her face. She's like a little blurry, and then we get like a side view of her face. It's like all dark. You can see like little lights in the background. And then after a little time, she's like kind of breathing. It's like it gets silent. All of a sudden, you hear like a whoosh or something, and her face lights up, and you're like, oh, she got just shot. And then we cut away, and we see it's the fucking police. Yep. And immediately like, oh fuck, she's going back to Arkham.
The way we do the scene, because we sort of experience it with her, right?
Yeah.
Like we're expecting the bullet at any moment.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the helicopter swoops in, and we get the revelation at the exact same time as Sophia of like, oh, he's got something much worse planned, huh?
Yeah, like, fuck this guy so much.
Yeah.
That is very specifically cruel, you know?
Yes, because they still need her to be the scapegoat, right? For Haiti. So, she's going back to Arkham, and it's so fucked. Because at this moment, she's like, I'm not going somewhere else, but I guess I'll at least be free of all this bullshit. And then the lights turn on. She turns around. The police is there. And she's like, oh, fuck. This is a really fucking great revelation. I love it. And, at this point, Oz doesn't know his mom is a veggie yet. Which
is like, it's crazy to think that, like, this has all been happening, and he hasn't even like checked in on his mom, really.
Well,
I got her to the hospital, and that's enough.
Yeah, he's building up a laundry list of things to go back and tell her. Like,
yeah.
Wow, look at all of the stuff that I just pulled off.
Yeah, because Hades
I'm in charge now, Ma.
Hades on the telly as well. It's like, look at all, I fed him all this bullshit. He's just saying it out loud. I snuck him some whiskey to celebrate. He's elated. Because what he's gonna think now is like, I fucking did it. She's gonna finally tell me, I'm proud of you. I love you. You did all you set yourself out to do. And he looks at us like, wait, why isn't she, what's happening? And when he realized that something is up, it's like, get a nurse or something. What is happening? And then
he says, get a doctor. He's like, what the fuck do you know? He's saying to the nurse, he's like, yeah, you're not a doctor. Get a doctor. We need a doctor.
Yeah, because she tells him, oh yeah, she had a massive stroke and she's in a vegetative state and, well, she can't respond to anything. And he's like, what? Her eyes are open. She's looking at something. Give me a real doctor. He's like furious.
Well, a complete lack of understanding that it would have been a doctor that made that diagnosis. And like the nurse is just telling him what the doctor told her. So it's like, well, I mean, yeah, the doctor is not going to tell you anything different, man.
Yeah. But yeah, he's like upset, pissed, and he just kind of kneels down next to her and begs her. He's like, just tell me you're proud of me. Just one time. I did it all for you. And again, they give it this heartbreaking scene. Like he's like actually crying here. Like he's like, God, it's like, stop making me feel bad for him. He's a horrible human being. But do you understand what he's going through right now? Like he thinks he just finally accomplished everything, and then this happened.
Yeah, and bad people have feelings. Yeah, and like it's okay to let them do that without then having to justify them and be like, oh, see, he's not such a bad guy. It's like, no, this is a very bad guy who is having very real emotions to what's happening.
The thing I love about this as well is that the vegetative state specifically stops her from providing him validation and like validating all of the stuff he's achieved. Like, it very specifically needles him where it hurts with his relationship, especially with his mother, but like essentially with all other people. It's like other people exist in such a manner as they can validate or give credence to his life story and how he's gone about things.
Yeah.
She can't do that anymore, and she was like the main driving force behind a whole lot of it.
Yeah, which God, it makes oh God, like it makes how this concludes so heartbreaking, because it's not even the next scene, which is pretty rough, but the scene after that, I think just, like really hammers home. That's like, God, this guy is an actual monster.
Oh yeah, God. Yeah, because he will never get it, as I already said, and it's like, yeah, it's completely fucked. And yeah, again, it's like this crazy strength of the show. Like, I just saw him do all this insane, horrific stuff, and I'm still like, man, I actually kind of feel bad for you right now. it's like, God. Even though at this point I already know, like, yeah, he's fucking horrific. And then we get the next two scenes, and it's like, oh wow, you're horrific, and creepy also. Like,
yeah. And I mean, obviously now we're at the big conclusion of Vic's arc.
Yeah, so
flat out forever, not just his arc.
They sit outside, just look at the water. They share the whiskey, and it's like, you know what? I couldn't have done any of this without you, and you know what? You did good, and you know what? Looks like wholesome, nice closing moment. They went through shit together. Vic was actually the one getting Link in, and he even calls it a smart move. Like, this feels like his arc is done. He's like his actual second-hand man. It's good stuff. They went through so much shit together. I don't see how anything could actually go wrong. Like, Vic is super thankful that he took him in, gave him a shot, and then says to you know what, I consider you family. And like at this time, the scene, like, you get like this weird vibe, and you're thinking, or at least I was thinking, like, no, surely not, right? No.
I mean, honestly, I didn't realize it until it was actually happening.
The moment Vic said, "You're like family to me," it's over. I remember I was watching it with a friend, and I just typed in the chat, "Yeah, it's over." You get
the vibe. I'm just like, yeah, come on, you went through all this. I want to see more of them. I actually like their dynamic. I want to see more of them.
And that's why it's such a good choice to not let you.
Yes, because the show is fucking balls.
Yeah.
And then Oz says, looking ahead with tears in his eyes, says, "Fuck Vic." And you realize, like, shit, man, he actually does care for him. But
Oz did not want Vic to say that. Vic saying that, like, really fucked him up because now he thinks he has to do something because of what he's about to say.
Yeah, because he's like, you've seen me at my lowest. We both been there with, like, my mom and stuff, with family. And then he starts putting his arm around him. He gives him the rest of the whiskey, and you're like, fuck, he's, Yeah. And he says, if family is nothing but a driving force, it is also the greatest weakness. And he starts strangling him to death.
Yep.
All by calling him, you're a good man, but I can't have you in this life anymore. Motherfucker.
Well, I mean, because like his lowest point was the fact that they found his mom and used his only family against him. So he's just like, well, I can't have that happen again now that I've won.
Yeah, you'll be a massive risk of security to me and my ambitions, because they're gonna take you, and then this is gonna happen again.
And I care about you. So them taking you would work.
Yes.
Like, that's the crazy part of it. So therefore, I'm going to kill you now.
Mm-hmm. It's man, I hate it, but in a good way that this happened.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I'm gonna kill you, man, who is the most loyal person in the world to me, that has tons of potential and could end up being one of my greatest assets. But I've got to kill you because you might be a little bit of a weakness to me.
Yeah, he's the reason he won here in the end, because he was the one who got Link in.
Yeah, and the juxtaposition of what happens in the next scene, though, it's like, oh my god. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's actually insane how, like, well-structured this is, too.
Yeah, because right after this, so yeah, this is like, the show is balls, they kill Vic. And, man, it's just... in like episode 2, I was still kind of considering if he would kill him at some point, but then the show went on and it's like, oh no, they're just teaming up, they're doing this. That's nice. They have a good dynamic. Those are good characters. And then this happens, and I was like, fucking hell, wow. Like, I was actually impressed that they pulled the trigger on this.
It's so unceremonious. It's for nothing.
Yeah.
And there's no real drama to it. And then the Penguin takes his fucking wallet, takes his money.
He takes the money and throws his ID in the water.
His ID in the water, yeah. So that, like, he doesn't even have anyone that can ID him now, really.
Mm-hmm.
Because everyone else in his life is left or is dead.
You could say...
Including fucking Squid!
Yeah. You could say the city took him.
Yeah.
You could in fact say that, yeah.
Yep.
Because he's just now another part of the fabric of the story of Oz's life, you know?
Yeah.
I lost so many things and people I care about because the world ain't fair and Gotham fucking sucks and all. No, like, acknowledgement of the fact that he did most of that to himself.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna make a little visit to Arkham because...
I guess I was wrong about it being the next scene. But...
Yeah, there's like this... I mean, this is just her being there. Julian is back in Arkham too, because he wants to take care of Sophia, or I don't know, let's say fantasies or whatever.
I mean, yeah, lucked out that they not only rehired him, but that he's in a position that he can be one of the ones taking care of Sophia.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she gets a letter from Selena Kyle, because she's her half sister. Then she reads it and smiles. Honestly, I don't know what to do with this, if I'm being honest.
I mean, like, I guess it could be a reason why Sophia might pop up in the next Batman movie.
Yeah, maybe.
Which, I mean, like, with how popular she is, I feel like that's a strong possibility. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Really good character.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait for them to fuck her up.
No. But yeah, that's it. But we get the ending scene now. Because Penguin, he has a big old, he has like a Rolls Royce even. I don't think it's like, he has another big car. I think it's Plum again as well. Cause
yeah, it is.
He doesn't need to hide right now because he's on top. And yeah, he goes into the big building because he got his penthouse. Isn't that nice? This is good for him.
Yeah, and super nice.
He even has like his coat on, like a penguin suit. There's an umbrella and a top hat. It's subtle. I enjoy this. And then he goes into a big empty room with a hospital bed in it.
Yeah.
And his mom facing down out the window.
In the
being
exact
there.
state that she asked him to kill her if she ever was in, and he won't kill her, even though
because he needs to get her up here to deliver on the promise he made, so he can verify it. Look, I did it.
Yep.
Yep.
I know that you're seeing it, even if you can't tell me that you appreciate it. I know that you know.
Yeah. Yep. I did
She's
it.
Like a blank canvas for him to project all of his like achievements onto, essentially, at that point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And yeah, a tear rolls down her eye, and he just says, "Yeah, I know, I fucking did it."
Yeah.
And
he's deluded enough to interpret that, like, because even though he must know that promise that he made,
yeah, it's everything
and he still is able to interpret that tear as being like, "Yeah, I know, it's beautiful, isn't it?"
No, he specifically says it's everything you wanted.
Fucking except for the most important thing ever that she asked him for.
Yeah, monstrous. And I wonder if he also wants to keep her alive, just in case she snaps out of it somehow, which is not a thing that would happen. But yeah, maybe he can still get the I'm proud or something. But yeah, fucking crazy.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying, that like Vic just being a person that is loaded with potential and could be of so much value, killing in the odd chance that it might be a little bit of a weakness. Mm-hmm. Whereas the woman who flat out asked him to kill her has no potential, like no way that she could actually help him in any way. And all he's doing is torturing this woman that he's claimed to love his entire life.
Yeah.
And he refuses to kill her. It's, oh God.
Because it all comes back to Oswald eventually.
Yep. Well, but we're not done yet, because we get one more scene. Because Eve, she's still around, and I guess she also gets what she wanted, kinda. She's wearing the mom's dress from the one night.
Yeah.
And
most Oedipal scene ever.
And he's like, "Tell me I'm proud of you. Tell me you love me. Tell I'm the king." Jesus Christ, Oz. Like,
that's
even
fucking weird, Oz.
Even for you, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're ever concerned as to whether or not he was a super villain, I think, like, yeah, this is probably it. It's like, man, yeah, like, this guy's evil on a level that's, like, difficult to comprehend.
Yeah, they just spend the whole show slow rolling you on, no. Let's just peel this back another layer and show you just how fucked up his mind actually is.
Yeah.
And then there's another layer. And another.
Oh,
and
God.
then the thing that they couldn't quite help themselves with was the last like frame of the show being the bat signal.
Bat signal turning on. No one can stop me, Batman. And
I think that's a pretty appropriate way, Marc, to end it on. Even if it, like, I don't know, it strikes me as a little bit sequel baity, but you can interpret it without that sort of consideration and say, this is in the Batman universe, and it basically just says his comeuppance is coming, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I just thought it was funny that I was like, I'm willing to bet they're going to, like I said to X-Ray Girl while we were watching this, I was like, they were going to pan out the window and the bat signal is going to come up, and then that's exactly what happened. So I was like, oh yeah, I called it. Like,
very
fucking
glad
nailed
the man
it, too.
Himself didn't show up.
And that's it. That's the Penguin Man. He did it. He penguined all over Gotham, and now it's his.
Yeah.
Neat, focused little series.
Yes.
It has a very clear thing that it wants to do with Oz, and it pulls it off start to finish, and then it stops because it's accomplished everything it set out to.
We didn't have another 4 episodes of Batman tracking down Oz to be like, oh yeah, now we're gonna see how he falls. It's like, nah, just don't.
No, you can do that.
Let this thing just
end.
It's
a study of Oz. Well, Oz has essentially already fallen because in the eyes of the viewer, at least, if that makes sense, because we understand now that he's not the somewhat affable, if impulsive gangster that we saw at the start. You know, the guy who's just trying to make ends meet, but who's like getting punched down on by the people above him. That is not what we are dealing with. That's what he wants you to think you are dealing with.
Yeah, and the show does like a really fucking good job with this. Just keeps you guessing. You've like the first watch through is like, oh, maybe, and we kept saying this like, oh, maybe he's not that monstrous. Maybe he's just having something to prove, you know? Maybe he just wants to take care of his mother, and he goes through like maybe some morally dubious ways to do so, and then we just peel away layer after layer after layer, all the way to no, he's just been a horrible person from the get-go, and then the mother tries to capitalize on that somehow, and yeah.
Your excuses go out of the window too, right? Because you're like, maybe he is the way he is because of his mother, like, egging him on. Maybe he didn't have a particularly good family life. It was like he's responsible for creating those circumstances.
Yeah,
so...
exactly. Yeah, it's it's all him. He's a monster. As I think was it Sophia who said, it's like, you've always been a monster. I think she was the one who said that. You've just always been a monster, and it's 100% true.
Mm-hmm.
And putting her back in Arkham is just such a specifically fucked up thing to do.
Yeah.
Because he would be like, oh, you're just going to kill her, right? It's like, no. And
I guess, like, and also as far as sequel bait things go, I think that it's a pointedly evil thing for him to do, but it also kind of keeps her on the board if they want to use her again.
Mm-hmm.
She was quite a strong character that I think there is that connection to her and Catwoman that they should probably maybe look into using, hopefully with a good writer. Fingers crossed.
please, a good writer.
Yeah, just like let the people who wrote Penguin write the next Batman movie. Fine with Matt Reeves directing it, but I feel like they maybe should be the ones in charge of this franchise.
Yeah, whoever, all the people who made this, give them more things to do.
Yeah.
It was quite exceptionally good. I mean, the most problems I've had was, especially in the first half, there was a lot of convenience happening, like people being in the right place at the exact right time, or contrivances is probably the word I was looking for. A bit of plot armor here and there, and then world building wise, like the whole water thing is a bit weird.
I mean, yeah. Well, I think those are the faults more so of the Batman than this, at least the world building stuff. But I think that, like, ultimately, it's one of those things that, like, no story is going to be totally devoid of anything that, or I mean, not no story, but most stories are not going to be totally devoid of all problems. But I think that the important thing is the problems here were not significant enough to overshadow all the great stuff this did.
Yeah, they don't break
and not
the plot.
Just and not just great in that, oh, it's enjoyable and I liked it, therefore it's all good. It's like, no, a lot of this is like really solidly written.
Yes.
And with a very clear amount of thought put into a lot of the things that are happening, and a lot of the motivations of the characters, and a lot of the backstory of the people, and how that backstory is unfolded to the viewer being very carefully considered. So when it's like, well, but how did this person get here in that time? I'm like, I'm willing to let that go. Like,
yeah. Agreed. And go watch it in case you've seen all the coverage of us doing this and you haven't seen it. Go watch it. There's so many more small things that we didn't talk about and maybe just didn't notice. I feel like you can probably find a lot of different things on multiple rewatches, but two watch throughs of this are it's going to be very rewarding. I found the second watch through incredibly rewarding, finding all these little things that you have like different context for now, where you're like, oh fuck, like this, like things hitting way harder than before, and it's quite excellent, quite nice.
Yeah, Theo and Wolf kind of got me on the Black Sails train, and like part of me was thinking like, oh shit, I really do have to watch the rest of the Penguin episodes, even though like I remember them pretty well, so I could probably get away with not, but I'm like, no, I have to watch them.
Yeah.
And I ended up being like very, very happy that I did. I was like, oh yeah, watching it again. Pretty
yeah. And again, I'm just really impressed by the setup in the first 4 episodes, that we could get through so many things happening in the last half. they just use their time very well. And those are like 1 hour episodes almost each. I think like 55 minutes is the average runtime around about.
But they don't feel padded.
No. It's fun because on my rewatch, especially on episode 8, I had to stop myself to take notes because I just wanted to watch further. I was like, no, I just want to watch this. It's just really good. And yeah, more of this, please. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think
I guess that's that.
We looped up the show quite well.
Arc.
It's our pre-record arc. But
Don't
yeah,
get a really good like character study of a villain like this, where the villain isn't redeemed in some capacity.
Yes, that's a good point.
Really nice.
There's this trend nowadays where it's like, see, he's just misunderstood. Krella is evil because their dogs pushed down.
Dalmatians killed her mom.
It's like, fuck off. Can we just have evil people right now? And here
that's why all those puppies deserve to die. Sorry, puppies.
This is why this is so cool here, because they tease you with maybe he had like a reason this happened, but then in the end it's like, no, he's an evil motherfucker, a vile creature that should be punished.
Yeah. Like the next time Batman is kicking the living shit out of Penguin, like we will be happier about it than we were at any point during the first Batman.
Break his other leg.
Yeah, like honestly.
Yeah, good stuff.
I guess that's that.
Any
Theo,
final thoughts?
Oh, sorry. I think we pretty much.
I guess we got it.
I think I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm happy
very
too.
Neat little show. Would recommend.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining
on Blu-ray
us.
if that Blu-ray ever happens.
Oh yeah, I hope it's gonna get like a special edition or something with like a penguin in there or something. I don't know. But yeah, before we out of here, Theo, what you got going on?
Same deal as last time. Don't expect anything in the near future. I'm working.
Cool.
I'm working. I
I
guess I'm kind of in a similar boat, though. I mean, and we'll probably reveal this on like the live episode that we have before any of the pre-recorded episodes arc. I did pass my military fitness test.
Woo!
So
Congratulations.
I'm on my way to securing my career, and first time in 5 years that I've taken one because I had a leg that wasn't super functional for quite some time. Not unlike Penguin here, I'm a far more morally sound person, though. Yeah, and at least I'd like to think so. I strive to be, but nice. A one-legged man passed military fitness standards, and yeah, hopefully that will allow me to keep my career. Still going to be up to Ottawa, though, which is capital of Canada.
Nice, very good. Well, congratulations on that, of course. Glad that all worked out. As for me, I mean, when this comes out, I am at the ending stretch of me being at the long man's place. So I'll probably be home soon after this, and then my work just ramps back up, I guess. Going back to the Rings of Power stuff because I still intend to finish that, and just see whatever comes next. Actually don't know what's happening when I'm back with Life Forges. I forgot if we talked about something or not.
Yeah, we were tinkering around starting the Terminator arc.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe.
Do that.
So that might be the thing, unless something else comes up that we want to do instead. But I do quite like the idea, and I need to reach out to people while I'm saying recording this. But we'll figure it out. We probably have some cool guests right now. But we obviously had a cool guest this time around as well. Thanks to you for joining us. It was quite fun.
Thanks for having me. Had a great time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And obviously Wolf, but he couldn't make it for this one. So we got Wolf Theo, and then Theo or something. That makes sense in my brain somehow.
I mean, we got it.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for joining us. I hope you all enjoyed this little arc. I think it was quite fun talking about something good for once. Good cleanser after Arcane, for sure. I was very happy I watched this. But yeah, for now, thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you all soon. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.